Oh, it really lagged. It really lagged that time. Crazy. Wild. Man, I need that CPU update. Stat! So that way my cool, fun, exciting volleyball transition will actually work. I feel like this is a problem that happens even when I'm using my normal stinger and we just can't see it because my normal stinger covers most of the screen for so long. But hi! Hello, I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist fun guy. I'm also an art educator, and I also play volleyball now. Smiles. You got shark teeth? I do! This is called a callback to EG 1.0. EG 1.0 had shark teeth and had them for no reason, so now, logically, 2.0 EG needs some reason to have shark teeth, some way, somewhere, somehow, you know? Yeah. But hi! Thank you guys! I see people also saying they like the new outfit. Thank you! The unlimited dopamine that I get to receive from debuting a new outfit, coming from the fact that for the next couple weeks there will be probably consistently people showing up being like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen the new outfit yet! I love it! And I get to go, ah ha ha, thanks. Thanks, I made it myself, ah ha ha. Thank you. Will this be summer only outfit? Kind of. I'm gonna wear this probably all the way through August and probably most of the way through September too. I think when I get to October, we'll switch to Halloween and that'll be it. You're barely gonna see regular EG ever again anymore. You're gonna see Hollow EG for the month of October and probably November. Then it'll be Squiiji from December through like February. And then maybe like March, April, May will be regular EG, and then Sharkiji comes back in June. You can't escape it. And this is why I don't need any more outfits ever, I say, as if I'm not designing 2 of them right now. Smiles ominously. We need a spring EG? Technically, I'd always said that my previous design was a spring EG, like, even though it is kind of like autumn-y. You know? I don't know. Can't tell if long hair did anything. It did something. It made my hair bigger. Usually I don't think my big bits here of my hair cover my nose all the way like this. I think it's longer. It's covering my ear for the most part. Don't like Squiiji with this outfit. You don't like seeing the side and back of my head? Why not? What do you have against the side and back of my head? Long hair did function. Okay, good. I built it so that it better function. It better freaking function. It had best. Because I built it, and I checked it. And I checked it twice. Just like every good Santa would. There we go. Oh, they don't like it and you're doing it now to torture them. Hey, not kind. But thank you everybody for thinking my outfit looks cool. I say as if you can even see me right now. We've got HD volleyball happening. Solution? Yeah, now you don't have to see any horrors or terrors. Nothing but ball. E.g. ballin'. So, Shrewmates, I've gathered you all here today for one reason, and one reason alone. It is to do some design. Because you know what's crazy? You know what's wild? You can't see me. That's the first thing that's wild. You know what's crazy? Is that, despite the fact that I am a character designer, when was the last time I actually designed a character on stream? When was the last time I did anything other than critique character designs on stream? I do a lot of character design off stream. For myself, for others, for things I can't tell you about because it's either NDA or attached to who I am as a person. So you can't see it and you'll never be able to see it probably because it's not EG, it is real name. Yeah, that. So, peculiar. Strange, unusual that I haven't actually done any real character designing on stream in a minute. I think the last time we actually designed a character on stream was when I did that, like, what if stream about, you know, if I wasn't a mushroom, an inky cap mushroom, what would I have been instead as a VTuber? And I think that was when I designed Snail Squiiji? Which I never even finished coloring or drawing, but I just like did a sketch for it, and that was a year ago, almost. Was it not the Momocon stream? Oh, for Otakon! That, I think, is even further away. That was more than a year ago. I think I did one more recently than that. But yeah, for Otakon, I did do a little bit of character designing live on stream. We did a little bit of editing, I think, and we mostly did some 3D modeling of a crab, if I'm remembering more accurately, for Otakon, which, by the way, topically, I will be there this weekend. I'm going to go. I was not planning on going until literally this week, and now I'm going. Joby convinced me. We're going. We're only going for one day. We're gonna go spend, I think, Saturday there.
That fight is soon over, so may you all return to the concrete empire under your CEO.
This is true. Make sure you finish your art fight attacks if that is something you would like to do. Why are my glasses clipping into my hair? They don't normally do that. Did my bald toggle do something weird? That shouldn't be happening. Pardon me. Hello? Stop. You don't usually do that. Okay, maybe I can't fix it. Maybe it's just gonna have to be that way. Anyways, I am going to be there. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is long hair, because long hair is making my front bit of hair bigger. That's what it is. You're right. Thank you. I'll have to figure out that. I have an offset I can do for my glasses to put them further away from my head, and I'll have to do that in Vinyan another time. Yeah, normal hair fixes it. There we go. Thanks. But yeah, I'm gonna be at Otakon on Saturday. I'm not having any kind of official meetup or anything, but if you also are somebody who goes to Otakon, have fun. I'm gonna try and have fun. Only going for one day this year should be way more manageable for me, because the type of walking that you tend to do at Otakon or conventions, where you like start and stop and my hair. Or you stop and start and you start and you stop and you stop and you start, and you do that over and 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 over again. Hurts. Boy, does that hurt my hips real bad. So only doing that for one day should be way more manageable. I usually leave Otakon weekend from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday doing all that like weird kind of walking in a world of hurt. And this year I won't. I have to skip Otakon this year. I was not financially responsible. That's fair. The solution for Jubby and I is the credit card. We're also only going for one day, and it's like not that terrible to travel down there. We did find a hotel that isn't also maybe that terrible in price. So like it's not like it's irresponsible of us to be going, but I originally wasn't planning to go because my financials got all kinds of funky because of some of the medical stuff that happened last year. So I was like, maybe we won't be doing that this year. But I'm glad I'll still get to do one day of it. I might get to meet at least one, if not maybe like 2 VTubers there, which would be maybe cool. I've never met a VTuber in the flesh, other than my own mods. The only VTuber I think I've met in the flesh is Amber. Unless, I don't know, were any of the other streamers at that time? I guess Odd is technically a streamer or a VTuber. But anyways, yeah. I'm gonna go. I might meet a couple of people. You'll hear about it after I get back, maybe. But I'll try and have fun. But yeah, today we're doing character design. And I have like a whole slew of disclaimers and things to say about it. So first of all, if you've looked at the title and you're like, oh, my favorite, my waifu, my Mavuika, how could you? I'm so sorry. I don't hate her. Please understand. Please hear me out. I don't hate her. I actually don't despise her design that much. She does not induce as much psychic damage upon me as others do from that game. But I think that she has a particular situation that I can do something about, maybe? I have thoughts and feelings about her design and why it is ineffective. And I have heard a lot of people aren't big fans of her design for a number of reasons. So, we're going to sort of address what those reasons might be, try and figure out what the intentions for her character were, so that we can see if we can reasonably sort of bridge the gap between expectations from fans and, you know, what her concept is, and what the execution has been. Because I think there's something that got lost along the way there, you know? So we'll look at it. We'll look at it. And we're gonna go over like all the complaints. You guys can voice what your particular complaints are, or if you know what the complaints are too. I've got another room, but we're gonna go through the whole process here. We're gonna go through the research steps. We're gonna go through a little bit of redesigning. We'll do a little bit of iterating maybe. We'll note down some things that work, some things that don't work about her current design. I'll show you the inner machinations of a character designer's mind when they're approaching design for something like this. I don't like her design, but I'll defend the zip as a seamstress. Really? Okay, hang on. So why don't I take roll to say hi to everybody, and then I will teleport us into the room where we can hang out and get started with that. So, hi, who's here for class today? We're doing Quick World today. We're only 12 minutes into stream, which legally kind of means we're still only like 6 minutes into me actually being here and speaking to you. Look at that, I'm on top of things. I've actually been excited to do this, so that's why I'm being quick about it. But hi, if you want to check in for class on Twitch, you can use the 1 channel point redeem known as here to check in. Or on YouTube, you can just say hi or hello or here or something of that capacity, if you so wish. Lurkers, as always, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Don't worry, I got you marked down already, but thank you. And VOD watchers, I hope the future is treating you well. Let me see, who was here at the beginning of the day? Oh, Nano, welcome back for 6 months, half a year. I hope you've enjoyed continuing to rotate. Sorry, I think that was when I was still in pre-stream. Welcome back. I see Angel, Kitty, and Aerith, and Nano, and Psycrum, perhaps is how you say your name? Let me know if I've said it wrong. I've got teacher debuff. My first guess is usually wrong. But I want to be right deep down in my heart. Friendly Guy, Starless Mage, Pluton, Sanizum, Lance, Lilium, Seasonal Sade, Edward, Chocograma, Amber! Wait, Amber already did one, hang on. Mad Ones, Maggie, Gray, Sky, Grace, Nilo, Amber again. Why are there, Amber, how are there 3 of you? What are you doing? What kind of weird duplication ant magic is occurring? Selma, Evie, Circus, Nyabari, Zerato, Rusty, Singer, and Rex. Hi! Oh, Aerith. I dislike that Liyue and Inazuma have a strong cultural through line, but a lot of the other nations do not, with Mavuika being an example from the cultural inconsistent Natlan. We are going to have to talk about that also probably in the process here. Yeah. I redeemed here only one time, the other 2 were redeems presumably.
Hello, I'm Gary, and I just wanted to ask parent, why is there no Gary redeem other than to let me speak? May we get a Gary redeem, or a feed me concrete redeem, or even a 3rd one here?
You know, that's an interesting idea. We could make a redeem that's specific for Gary. Sadly, there's no way for me to RGB Gary without RGBing me also, so that wouldn't be a Gary exclusive. But, you know, I mean, I imagine there may be something we could do to, that would be fun for him. Can we punt the Gary? No, he can't have separate physics from me. He has to be attached to me. I don't think he gets separate physics, unless I could just, like, turn him off and then have one of him be thrown at me. And then have him turn back on next to me. I guess that could work. Give him a top hat. Wow! Hey! Wait, a rotate Gary redeem? That I actually may be able to do. I may be able to just spin him on his axis. That could be possible. I'll write a note down. I'll write a note. Also, YouTube Showmates, I didn't get to say hi to you yet. Soul Kingdom and Musical Orbiting and Terror Lord. Hi! Hello, might watch the VOD later since I'm at work. Well, good luck at work. I hope you enjoy the VOD. Where are my sticky notes? Hello? Where are my sticky notes? I need to write things about my son. Here's one. This is at least a sticky note. This sticky note has 1 sentence on it, and all it says is, "E.g. worm?" Question mark? Gary redeems. Spin? Most of my sticky notes that I have sitting here are totally incomprehensible. But yes, oh, worm. Silly idea, can you make it so that we can add rotation speed to him so people could fight over the direction he's spinning or make him spin faster? Ooh, that would get into like programming math where I could make it so that every redeem of it has a randomized chance of changing direction, adding speed, or like maybe doing other things? Perhaps. Maybe. Amber, could you put that in the suggestions area in the Discord? Because I don't know where all of my notes are right now. I can't find them, and that's usually how I would write this down. I would lose it otherwise. But, yeah. Thank you, Amber. Good ideas. Would you still love E.g. if they were a worm? I sure hope so. I was gonna make myself a worm model at some point, and I just haven't done it yet. As if I need more new models. I have a low poly model, I have a summer model. Do I really need to debut 3 models in a year? Maybe. 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 Big maybe. Huge maybe. Crazy if true. Yes? Okay, we'll see. I feel like a 3D model of a worm wouldn't work so well, that maybe a EG finally learns more about Live 2D type of situation. Because I do know how to use Live 2D a little bit. I made a whole model for myself doing it. We'll see. But anyways, as soon as I stop T-posing menacingly at you as I levitate over the ocean, I will start designing. But hey, you know what's weird? I'm feeling kind of biblical right now. I've unlocked the new ability to walk on water, and it looks like I've been crucified. We were all wondering if EG was a worm, but maybe the real question here is, am I Jesus? Am I your religious figure and you just don't know it yet? Actually, I don't even want to propose that, because some of you have been jokingly acting as if I am a religious figure, and I don't need to feed into the delusions of that organization. Too soon for the return. Too soon? Too soon for Jesus to come back? Too early? Okay, sure. Eek. Yeah, you guys are not in favor. That's fair, that's fine. I don't really want to be a deity either. I'm just going to be a being that can live forever. I don't want to be anything more than that. Make EG do the worm redeem. That would be funny if I could animate a dance of me doing the worm. Oh, I can put that in my notes also, but hang on. Let me teleport us into a room so we can start talking about Mavuika, because I have some details and some infos and some stuff that I think is relevant to discuss about her. So, 3, 2, 1, blast off. Nope. Nope, not blast off. Now blast off? What's the point? What is even the point of me having that? Yep, are you gonna put me in the corner? Put me in the corner. You know you want to. There we go. Worm EG should be an emote. It can be an emote at some point, but what we have here is a pure ref board I'm going to use, because that is what I tend to use for most of my character design creation. It's how I collect resources and also keep my notes together. So, Mavuika redesign. We have here her current sort of typical design that she usually has in the game. I hear she has other outfits, predominantly from like when she was younger, I think, from before she was god of fire and war, for me to use layman's terms, not the Genshin terms. But she had other outfits, but this is her primary outfit, and this is the outfit that she has when you use her in the game, which is why it's what we're talking about. Yeah. Oh, Logan, welcome back for almost 2 years. That is crazy. 3 more months, it'll have been 2 whole years. There really are some shroommates who have been with me since pretty much exactly day 1, which is crazy. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed almost 2 whole years worth of rotation. I don't like that the 2 nations based on non-European or East Asian cultures are just mixing pots compared to the monocultures of others. Mondstadt is Germany, Liyue is China, Inazuma is Japan, Nodkai is Finland, and then Snez, I've heard all the others pronounced. I've never heard the last one pronounced. Sneznaya? Is that it? Is that how you say it? But yes, I do know that, unfortunately, Natlan is a combination of many cultures, which I think is inherently making it somewhat more difficult. See, I'm not as informed on that as other nations. I recognize the influences in Natlan because I'm South American. From what I've heard, even the other regions borrow from multiple places, so I'm not sure if I'd call them monocultures. Ah, okay. Interesting. I would say that the other cultures, or not other cultures, but the other areas seem to have a much more consistent through line across their designs, where you can see that there is some unity in the way that they are all designed. You can tell that they all belong to the same cultural background. I will say, from having seen Natlan characters, I don't know if I would say the same from them, but that's because there are multiple cultures being referenced, or there are like different, I guess, groups within Natlan that dress in different ways and use different color palettes and different stylizations for clothing, different types of garments. So that's just the observation to be had there. And she also wasn't out when we last looked at Genshin either. Each clan in Natlan has their own design sensibilities. Yeah, okay. Which is fine. If each clan has their own sensibilities, maybe that's okay. And maybe each clan is based on a different culture. We'll see. But the original design is this. Her concept is that she is the god of war and pyro. This word I always say wrong. Archon? Icon? Archon? Something like that? Those kinds of things? She presides over Natlan. Archon, the first one. Okay, maybe I'm just second guessing myself too much, but she earned her position as Archon through prowess in battle, is what I have found through my research. It is an earned title. She proved her strength. She is hundreds of years old. She is a strong, worthy leader loved by her people. This is at least how the wiki describes her. She is considered to be a uniting force for the area. She is enthusiastic and considered a friendly big sister outside of formal situations. She's down to earth, a perfectionist, and a fast learner. She does things in the name of fun and learning, but hates repetition. So, if I look at her character and wanted to give you a cold read, she looks like somebody who is, I would say, rather intimidating. She is dressed in black leather with red accents. This is a type of outfit we associate probably with motorcycles or biking or certain types of culture that wear a lot of leather. And the women in those particular places tend to be rather intense and I would say maybe dominant is the word I will use. I'm being vague, but I feel like the read of her personality is not coming across very clearly to me, despite the fact that I imagine this is the getup she is wearing when she is acting as a ruler, and it says that she does have a rather icy stare that she uses to essentially, not say put people in their place, but to make them rethink bad suggestions, maybe. But yeah, she just looks like a biker to me. She does not come across to me as somebody who would have any amount of social status inherently, let alone being the entire leader of what is it technically a country? It's a region. She doesn't seem like somebody who has that type of status. She doesn't seem like somebody who has authority, unfortunately. We don't tend to associate authority figures with showing a lot of skin. We don't tend to associate authority figures with wearing a lot of skin-tight leather. So there's some things missing in that area, I would say. On the positive side, I can tell that she has an affinity for the sun or for fire. I think that there's some iconography in her design that is doing a great job of conveying that. I think her hair is actually the best part of her design. Usually, I am not a fan of super duper long hair, especially hair that's at the waist length or longer, because it really destroys and eats silhouettes. But in her case, her hair is designed to feel like fire. It looks like flames, especially her little ahoge up here. And I think that that is very effective. So we'll put that in effective. Flame-like hair. I think that works. I think the flame motifs that are throughout her design are also pretty effective. If you see she has this like star-shaped cutout in her jacket, I think that's effective. That's a clever way of using the zipper. I think that works. And then similarly, using this sort of star-like shape for her zipper pulls. It is a specific shape, so they have designed up her zippers in an interesting way, and it relates to the motifs we're trying to convey with her affinity for fire, I would imagine. Her hair does set on fire when fighting too. I have seen that, but I'm not sure I'm thrilled with the way they handle that either. So we'll talk about it. But yes, the fire hair is her sort of best feature here. Long hair is also super culturally important to her region or just in general in this game. Flame, or like, I guess these are technically more like a star motif. Star motif, or I guess neckline and zipper. I think that works pretty well. I am not as mad about her color palette as I would be for other Genshin characters. Her color palette is all warm colors, and she thankfully does have more than one color in the palette, because a lot of Genshin characters have what we call a black, white, a color, a metal palette, a Bwakam, where that is all they contain. However, she does not. She has no white in her design, it's just black. She is red, orange, and yellow. So the color palette, I think, can be fine. I think the color palette might be okay. I'm not sure the proportioning of the colors is what's working, though. So color choices are fine. They tell us about the fire element, and, you know, black is a color that can be intimidating. So that is something we can associate with, like, positions of power, maybe. but I do think that the color hierarchy is ineffective. And saying that, that means that, you know, when we look at a design, we want to see elements that, or not elements, we want to see colors appear sort of in an exponentially increasing amount. You want to have one color that's maybe 60% of a design, maybe one color that is 30% of a design, then 9%, and then 1% if we're talking about a 4-color design. I would say that her design is like, too heavy on the black color in the palette, perhaps, and that the accent color that's being used is all at the bottom of her hair, which is causing us to focally look lower at her design. I will say this screenshot has a lot of bloom in it, which is also further not helping, but all of those brighter colors, the yellows and the oranges, are gradated further away from her face, and the red, which is the top of her hair, is all over in her outfit, so it's not unique anymore. So the color hierarchy isn't working, her focal point isn't working for me either. Just went from color placement. And also I would say her chest window ends up being a little bit distracting too, because it is a very bright color, her skin color, which she is quite pale, surrounded by some very dark values otherwise in her leather one-piece thing she's wearing. So, not super thrilled about that. Yeah. Too modern compared to her people. What if she was given a suit? I don't know if I'm gonna give more characters suits in this game, but hang on, we'll talk about that. So those are just my first thoughts about effective versus ineffective elements. I do want to come down here, because I forgot to talk about this, complaints. What are the general complaints about her design? Because for me, it's the things I just said, it's the inefficiencies that I just listed. It feels visually disconnected from her region and the rest of the game because it's too modern. I think those are what people's general complaints are. In general, I don't like the outfit. Okay, but what about it? I literally have the game open right now. Do you want a less bloomy image? Sure, if you have it. I am not kidding. I have the hardest time finding good like screenshots of Hoyoverse games for some reason. Even trying to find splash art that's like not smaller than like maybe like 1,000 by 1,000 pixels is rough. So you'll see when we go to my drawing, I actually drew a base for her. I like did an anatomy drawing because I refused to draw over the super bloomy drawing and I wanted to give her a more interesting pose. No one else in the game wears leather on this level. So we'll put maybe too much leather. Canadian is also modern. I saw a 1600s Navajo blanket and it looked modern. That's fair. I think the complaint for Kenich's design is that he's drawing influence from pixel art, which doesn't exist in Genshin Impact. And I know that they are a more modern feeling culture, but I think that there may be better ways to marry that with the otherwise more fantasy style of the whole game. NPCs aren't as modern as the playable, so it looks out of place. Is that maybe their attempt at conveying status, where the characters that are playable have higher status, therefore they have more modern clothing? Meanwhile, the NPCs don't have maybe as many means to obtain as modern of clothing, question mark? Or do you mean like even like NPCs as far as characters that are just unplayable but still very plot relevant goes? I don't know. Not the right kind of leather / application, e.g. more woven straps or armor style. Too much leather not in a fantasy way. Because you know what? There can be a lot of leather in fantasy settings, especially when we talk about like leather armor. I wonder if they went for like a brown leather as opposed to a black leather, if that would have felt more historic or fantastically aligned, because we do tend to think of leather armor as being brown, you know? She looks like she's from our world, not Genshin. I don't think I'd go that far. I don't know if I'd go that far. Her shoes don't feel like something I would see in our world.
Beep.
Beep. I think if I saw somebody wearing this out in the day-to-day in our world, the Earth, I feel like it'd be one of those things where it'd be something very distracting. Look, she's from a more modern fantasy world, perhaps ZZZ. Yes, I do think she would fit in better visually with ZZZ's design conventions, because they lean a little bit more into like techwear type of sensibilities for their fantasy setting, and Genshin doesn't lean quite so hard into that. Black leather in the style feels too modern. Okay, so why don't I start making notes about elements that we could change that are just gonna be like simple edits. So make leather brown, because I don't want to get rid of the entirety of her concept. There's clearly some reason why they decided that their leader for this region should be a motorcycler. It's because she values speed, apparently. That's why she had someone create a motorcycle for her. But I can't help but think about, do you remember Tears of the Kingdom? Or no, not Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild? When they added that weird motorcycle to the game, and people were kind of split between complaining that it was like weird and modern for that context, but also at the same time they designed it in something of like a I don't want to say like steampunk style, but it wasn't super modern feeling. The way they'd stylized it made it make sense. It felt similar to the other technology we'd already seen. So yeah, I don't know. Guardian bike. By immersion! I know. Motorcycle's a bane of my existence. Okay, so maybe just the entire choice of that is part of the issue here, but I don't think I can get rid of the elements that are inherent to who she is. I'm not redesigning her as, like... I'm not redoing her concept. I am redoing her visual design to fit her concept better. We're not here to critique what the concept is. Having a motorcycling leader of a country in a fantasy setting is their prerogative. They can do whatever they want and I can't stop them. That's also not my area. I'm not the writer. I am merely the artiste, you know? She's very casual. You know, being casual is something that would be
Parent,
maybe
the
acceptable.
evil magic
hello?
censored my last message, where I thought it would be cool if she was modern on purpose to represent her separation from the fantasy world. But she isn't, so it's sad.
Oh, I see. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I immediately went right back into talking, Gary, and I forgot to try and make you say things. Thank you, Amber, for overriding it. I appreciate it. Also, Rex, thank you for refunding yourself. Whoopsie, I got distracted. Oh man, what was I saying? I lost it. I lost my point. I'm not here to critique the concept. I'm here to critique execution, more so, and to modify its execution. So, make leather brown. We can still have to kind of leave her as a motorcycler. If this is intended to be her attire she wears when she is on the job, performing her duties as the leader of Natlan and also as a god, I think this attire probably needs to be at least a little bit more formal. Because I don't think this is something that we would be convinced to believe is something worn by a ruler. And I can see there being some way we could overlap, like, you know, sort of like regal, like type of like shoulder design with a leather jacket. Like, there's definitely some overlap we could have there. Or at least more battle-like. That's fair. I think we... Oh, this is effective. Hang on. This is changes. Ineffective. Thing to list. Weird cutouts. Listen, I get it. We have to have our appeal. We have to give our appeal. Winks at you. I get it. I know that half the point of this game is that we have to build a character that people want to pull for. And, you know, if somebody wants to pull for a character, it either has to be because the character's skill set or their kit that they have moves the meta forward in a way that you need to have them. You are very attached to them because of their story, which I imagine her being one of, like, the big 7, you know, of the gods in this world probably relates to. I imagine her story is a big reason people would pull for her. But finally, perhaps, if you design a character that is attractive enough that people want her as a waifu or want to ship her with the other girlies so that people will draw lots and lots of fan art of her and write fan fiction about her, that's another reason. So, I think that's probably the reason why that's happening. But if we want to show some skin, there are areas where you can appropriately show skin in formal wear. I just don't think the front of your thigh is maybe the right place to be doing it. It's strange. It's peculiar to me. Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting character. I see. Some people hate her guts. I have seen a very strong split, but it seems like people are either neutral about her design or they are not a fan, essentially. So, one of the other things that I think is ineffective is some of the shape language happening on her design. I see a lot of art of her that is official art where she looks pregnant. Sometimes it's because they make her hold like a biker helmet in front of her and that wasn't a good move. But the way that these arrows point in on this region of her body when she is turned at an angle really creates a strange optical illusion. So like with this shape, and these little points, ineffective. Shapes on bodysuit cause pregnancy optical illusion. What a sentence. Let me make this less wide so that we can still read it. There we go. It does. From back here, it's not as bad when she's front facing, but there are sides that it looks strange. I know there's fans for that, but you'd be surprised that's not the average fan. That's definitely a more niche group of people that would be appealing to, and I don't think that's a thing that was intentional for them, you know? To be fair, I'd pull for a character that's a gnome with warts for the novelty aspect. That's fair. I do think that one of the effective things about her design is the fact that she is very unique in this world. She is unique in Genshin, and I would say that she is somewhat unique for a character in a game like this, but she does feel more like she would fit in ZZZ. Yeah, intentionality is the point here. Don't like how her jacket is cut. I don't know why the shape is like that. It's fan service, but I don't like it. The jacket, I like the cut of the top of her jacket. It's a star. This was clever. I think this is a fine way of doing fan service if we're gonna do it this way. This is an intentional choice to shape it like that because it relates to the fact that they call her, I think they call her the sun in some of the descriptions too. But yeah, okay, so effective. Flame-like hair, star, motif, neckline, and zipper. The color choices seem to work. Let me stack this down here. The color hierarchy doesn't work. The focal point isn't quite working. There's some weird cutouts. The shapes in the bodysuit are causing some weird effects. We think we should make the leather brown, make her look slightly more formal. I have heard that one of the complaints is that it doesn't seem like her design relates very much to the people of the region she rules over. So I think I'm gonna look at some of the designs for like NPCs and other playable characters in that region to see if there's any kind of repeating motifs that they have as far as pattern work or clothes design and things like that goes. Because we should probably do some cultural background research into the cultures that this region pulls from, but they've already modified them in a way that makes it almost make more sense for me to research the in-game culture to some degree as well. You know what I mean? So we're gonna do that. It doesn't reflect the tribe she originated from. So changes. We need to reference her Natlin culture. More, perhaps. Genshin NPCs are notoriously less detailed than playable characters, so I'm not sure how much you'd get from that, but that's the point. I want to see what they use as like the bare minimum means to convey to us that they are a member of that area. So if there are repeating like patterns and things like that that show up in the NPCs, we could bring that through and bring that into it, you know? Everyone else at least has motifs from their cultural inspirations, but for her, it just kind of is star shapes, end of sentence. I see. Okay, so this is where we're starting. This is all the detail and all the information we've sort of brought together to begin our search. So what we're going to do next is we're going to find some references for our search. So what I was attempting to do was at least, hopefully maybe, find some... You get to look at my web browser now for funsies. Look at some of the NPCs in this game. So, like, this is an NPC. It seems like fur isn't uncommon for them. I'm just gonna copy paste some things in. I'm gonna see if I can find some that are particularly from the part of the region that she's a part of. Oops, I zoomed. Is it all that? Nope. Is it this? How do I forget what my... No. No. Caps? No. How do I need to look at my hotkey again for cropping images in PureRef. I don't crop things all that often, but I don't usually pull references like this. Signs of the canopy have a very pixely look. In her in-game childhood art, she has green and yellow patterns in the end of her hair that represent her tribe, but she doesn't have that anymore. She's from the Signs of the Canopy. Okay, so let me put that in here. Okay. Ah, caps! Scions of the Canopy! In all caps. You could say I'm screaming it from the treetops, the top of the canopy. Pure Ref, what is your hotkey for cropping? What is it? Control-Alt-Shift-C. That's evil. Why is it that? Control-Alt-Shift-C? Oh, it is. Wow. That sucks. I'm gonna pull some NPCs from not just her origin, but from generally all over in Natlan also, because they do note in the wiki that she is considered to be a uniting force for Natlan. So she is uniting all of the different clans that exist. I think I need to point out that despite being of a tribe that is Aztec-based, her name is most likely based on that of a Maori deity. Mavuika. Intriguing. Interesting. Interesting. But yes, it is a diabolical hotkey. So okay, we've got this lad. He's not from her organization, but let me just see if there's any other fellas. This has some interesting things for a jacket going on. I'll grab you. The program I'm using is called Pure Ref. Control-Alt-Shift-C. Oh, terrible, horrible, evil. There we go. We'll crop you in a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Actually, I don't even know if I need your weapon in here. It seems like a lot of these fellows are using a very similar color palette as her as well, so I can see how they're working with those elements. We're gonna take a name from an entirely different region of their world and culture because they're basically the same, right? No! No! Again, I'm not here to critique the writing. I'm not here to critique the concept work. We can critique the concept work, but the point of this is more so talking about visual design. Let's see. Is this also from them? This seems like this might be one from a different region. This reminds me of the one girly that we had looked at that had just released when I did some critiques a while ago. There we go. Dude in blue. I imagine these two are in the same clan and this guy is in a different one in the organization. Yeah. Okay, from another clan. Okay. Let me give him his own line then, so then we can sort of see some elements that maybe repeat. It seems like there's a lot of diagonals so far. Lots of diamonds across the two. So diamonds may be a good pattern to bring in. Blue one's from Sitlai's clan? I hate that I would have... Kitlai's clan? Sitlai? I don't know how that name is said. Water tribe. Okay. Just make her entirely out of fire. Nope, can't do that. That would not be effective character design. She can have a form that is all fire, but I don't think that'd be enough. Let's see. Where are you from? You look like you're probably from the first one, but that's not really a full body. Although I do get a good view at the clothing, but that's also not an in-game model. That might be fan art, and I don't have a way of knowing. What is this outfit? Okay, now you're a cowboy. That's good. We'll grab this. The tribal western region and their leather... Yeah, that seems like an apt description. I don't think you two are from the same region, but there's more similarities between your outfits.
Sitlali.
Sitlali? Oh, okay, sure. Oh my god, this hotkey is gonna kill me. There we go. Usually I don't worry about this, but I need it for visual clarity. There's 6 science/tribes, okay. I don't know if we'll get every single one in here, but we're just gonna pull a couple of them at least. So that way I can see sort of what we're working with. You look like you're the purple one. The purple one seems like it's its own group. I'm not gonna worry about having one from each right now, but we'll see if we can at least get a general idea. Yeah, a lot of diamonds for everybody. Everybody in every group, diamonds. So we'll go for diamonds for pattern work, perhaps. Her hair should be shaped like a bird. Are birds relevant to her, perhaps? It's from the spirit tribe. Very geometric. Yes, they are very geometric. Let's see. Are you also? That doesn't look like you belong in the same group at all as any of these people. You look like you're from the water one. I think is what this middle one is. Mavuika does actually take inspo from Maori culture other than her name. It's where the biker inspo comes from. Why? Why? That one was fan art? Wait, is this one fan art? The one I have right now? Okay. Oh, it is drawn. Sorry. I was fooled. I thought it was a model. Whoops. You don't belong here. This is a Natlan NPC who is taller than Zhongli, I guess. For some reason. This looks like in-game. You're not wearing a lot of detail. Whoops. Wrong area. But I can put you in at least. Tribal countries with rock, skater, punk outfits from the 2000s. Yeah, I do see the writing critique of we can't just conflate cultures. We can't just willy-nilly combine things all the time. Biker gangs are a huge thing in Maori. Are they really? I didn't know that. I will admit, I don't know a ton about Maori. Most of my knowledge comes from little bits of inspiration post Moana releasing. And a little bit of art historical knowledge, but I don't know if I know that much about contemporary Maori things. NPC serving whale tail? Yeah, this is a TOS violation for Twitch, so we're not gonna look at that for too long. Let's see. Are there any other NPCs that I think are doing anything particularly interesting? This is an enemy. This guy looks like a gecko a little bit. From the green and the cresting. That you were probably from a different group. I'll grab like one or two more, and then I'm gonna look for her scion specifically. And see if we can add some elements from that. We don't need your weapon, thank you though. Wait, this one is from the same clan as Mavuika? Okay. So her color palette is just very different than... Oh wait, this is the same... Is this the same enemy as this one is? No, they're different. They're slightly different. That's certainly a design for pants. Green ones are signs of canopy. Okay. So they're color-coded still. Canopy gets green, these ones get red, these ones get blue, these ones get purple, and there's 7 of them. So each one gets its own color out of the rainbow. Similar enemy type. Okay. They both do look like a heavy brawler type of character. And they're using the same muscles. Red is the tribe that can fly. Purple or dark blue is the one that can jump high. The green is the one with the grappling hook. Blue is the one that can swim, and the yellow can climb. Okay. There's 2 red-orange. Okay. More NPCs and live suggestions looks like. Oh, perfect. Thank you. True are helping me with my research. Very kind. Let's see. Oh, less bloomy. Thank you. Let's see. Let me replace this image. Don't need that. Pop. Thank you, Lance. Let me do a terrible crop here. There we go. Look at her. Perfect. That's way better. Honestly, I probably could have done a paint over of this, but I drew her entirely. And if I do a paint over, I may be too likely to keep things that I wouldn't keep otherwise. So there we go. New Mavuika unlocked. We do have some concepts. I did see this when I was doing some research, so I guess this would be not a bad idea to bring in. Because it seems like they did have a couple different directions they had intended to go with her that they didn't end up landing on. And still, I don't know if any of these are working particularly well for me. These are pretty overwhelming visually for me. This, I think, is what they landed on. This, I feel like, is the least effective out of all of them. I think that is one that I would not in any way believe is somebody in the position that she is in. Let me crop this in a little bit, though. Whoops, did I just full screen this? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, I'm okay. And let's see, yeah.
Baseless crack theory. They made Natlan and Mavuika very modern cause they wanted a Central and South American Wakanda, a modernized or futuristic tribes.
Oh, interesting. Even though they're still pulling inspiration from Maori, too. But you know what? I could see that being one of the reasons why they decided to go this direction with her. This outfit that we've pulled from her past, I feel like, is still not very... It's not really explaining her position to me very clearly. I don't need side viewer hair either. There we go. Also, is one comic in game like an alt design? I don't know if you've seen that. Is that this one? But yes, there is definitely some wasted silhouette design happening all throughout here. I like this one where she, for some reason, kind of looks like a jester. Doing a split red-black design is going to feel clown-like most of the time, so I'm glad we didn't go for that. More subtle, the top right would work. This one? Or a more subtle version of it? Maybe. Hang on, let me keep grabbing the stuff out of here that people had sent. Ancient Dragon Tech. Oh, wow. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Sanizum, for all the images. Let me... Oh, I can't copy these for some reason. Why can't I copy these? Oh, no. I might just have to leave them there. Kid Mavuika couldn't find a full body. Okay. So I'll stick her in here, too. Oh, and her hair isn't quite as long, but it's still kind of fiery. There we go. I don't remember them ever explaining the leather suit, aside from the fact that she's a motorbike. Maybe they merged two character designs. It does seem like they had two different directions for her. This is the much more, like, leather biker-aligned angle, and this seems to be more typical for their design language. My bad. No, you're good. I appreciate you sending all those things. This is a complaint at Discord, not at you. Do not worry. Not at you. Mavuika in the background just noticed. Yeah, she's hiding. So NPCs from hers tend to be the ones in green. Oh, I can copy some of these, but not all of them. How weird. Okay. Here's one. Can I get... Oh, this is just kind of a recolor of that one. That's also a recolor. Those are other recolors. Oh, the girl is the only one I can't grab, but that's okay. I'm not gonna worry about her too much. There we go. Okay. I think this is a sufficient enough amount of images for just getting an idea of what the region style is supposed to be. I think we now need some garment research also, because I do see a lot of pattern work that is very diamond-like in all of them. I see some textiles that do feel historically inspired, but from a variety of sources, maybe? I know you guys were saying that there's some Aztec influence. We can look at some Aztec fashion, perhaps, to see how that works. And I might just, like, take a quick scroll through a couple of my Pinterest boards to see if there's anything in there that feels like it would make sense for her. As far as just, like, garment shapes go. They leaked early concept was very carnival, conquistador-esque, which is probably why they didn't keep it. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, this shoe shape, I would say feels that way. Same with that. Interesting. Which also, she is meant to represent, or she rules over an area that I think has a lot of South American cultures, and they make her a conquistador? Other leaked art. Oh, a different leaked art, okay. Maybe Kinich 2 is he's the only playable from her tribe. Okay, oh, I should grab him. Let's grab him. Did I spell his name right? Yes. What is this low quality image nonsense? Who do you think you are? All of these images are so small. I think he is way more geometric, whoops, than any of the other designs I've seen here. So I don't know if we're gonna go in the direction that his design went in, but I can still maybe take some inspiration from him here. Isn't that she looks like Himiko? If so, yeah, it's definitely intentional. Oh, is she meant to look like Himiko? I can... The only similarity for me is the fact that she is red hair. Everything else to me feels very different. Kind of. Okay. Very 8-bit. Wild idea, what if she had no skin? You know what? I like the way you think, Indirium, but I don't think that's particularly relevant for her. I don't think there's a reason to, remove her skin. Thank you, though. Connected to the architecture of the important buildings in Natlan, probably because they have a shiny lava lines. Might be intentional since her long-lost sister was an architect. Ah, okay. I said the comic design, cool. Okay, let me get some of the architecture too then. Oh, here's her sister. Her sister has a very different color palette than the other people from her area seemed to. She's much more orange. Okay. Honestly, I don't mind the design of her sister. I think they could do more with her silhouette, but I feel like that's kind of not too bad. The comic book design. You know what? This comic book design feels much more in line with what I would probably expect from this game, which just makes it interesting that they didn't go for this. So here's that. I'll put this over here with her. original designs. We can zoom in on it so you can see it a little better than I can see it. The comic one is good. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely something here. There's something here. I feel like we could use a little bit of pattern work to relate her back to the, people who are, you know, I guess like the citizens of Natlan. But I feel like this is onto something. Because you can still show legs and still feel important. Like, she's got like a solar ray almost coming off of her shoulder with the way they've depicted the fur up there. She's got a little bit of a cape on, which feels adventure related. Some of this filigree does feel somewhat noble. This might be one of our primary references. So we'll make a different area for references I found that I think are going to be especially helpful, so that way I can look at them all at once. That once controversial concept art was posted for giggles. Okay, I can see it also. One above this, and this is a more detailed close-up. Oh, okay, here, I'll grab this too. Thank you. Bigger. I've got like the weirdest claw hand thing going on right now as I try and do this hot key over and over and over again. There we go. This has a lot more detail on it than this rendering does, and it got rid of what I thought was one of the stronger elements, which I now think may not actually be an element of the design. This may just be like a visual effect. Whoops. Mavuika concept art that caused a trillion explosions. Oh, I saw that one. I saw that one. I am not going to use it. I'm not even going to show it, but I saw that one when I was looking for it. So, this seems to be our baseline for the game. Let me look up some Natlan architecture, too. Aha, okay. So this seems to have, like, almost like steampunk-esque gears on it. Let me put this in its own area, which is interesting. I feel like that is a good way of adding, like, modern, elements to an area. Gold with, like, notches that are like gears works. There's this very angular, almost like cyber texture with lava we can see going through it, so that might also be an interesting motif that we could use. Let me shrink that because I don't think we need all the other miscellaneous things that are in the scene. Bam. Okay, got that. Let's see. More buildings. Glad they gave her pants and sleeves so it didn't call to the full usual Genshin design / silhouette. Fair, but I feel like a dress would have made sense for her status, or even, actually, you know what? For the fact that she is very interested in battle, it wouldn't be practical, but a lot of the other girls in Genshin wear dresses regardless of the practicality in battle, so I don't think that's a thing they particularly care about when it comes to coming up with designs. That's the area where her office is located. Okay. Even more relevant, maybe, if they reference that architecture. Okay, that doesn't seem like it's official. This is a very far away view, so I can't tell what's happening. This looks like a symbol that we saw already before in this, but I'll put it in here just so that it's bigger. I imagine that's the sort of like sun shape that is repeating in her design with her zipper and things like that. We'll grab that. It's called Phlogiston. The characters get these glowy, flowy lines when activating skills. Ah. Postal the tribe architecture? Yeah, go for it. Sure. They didn't give her a dress because it's hard to model a dress riding a motorcycle. Joking? Wait, you may be joking, but that may actually be a reason. One of the other things that we do have to keep in mind for the design, let me move these a little bit, is that something that is effective here is that this is 3D model friendly. Her hair's a little bit long, which makes that a little bit intimidating, but if she's going to be riding a motorcycle, her hip region and her inner legs need to be clear, so that way we're not gonna have abysmal clipping, because that's like her whole mechanic. Apparently the whole bit with Natlan was introducing characters that provide alternate methods of travel, or like new updated methods of travel in the game to get around like the world, I guess? Yeah. Flowy Giston? A real term for a real theory in the past as to why things burned? What? Make sure to enunciate the S. I did. A dress is a pain, but one of those waist capes that'll flow as she rides. Maybe. That could be an option. Let me just make some notes. So these are changes. Maybe waist cape. Well, maybe just cape in general. Because I think that would be a very easy way to add in some Status. EG, where'd the Y come from? Oh, Flo Giston. Sorry. I added letters. She's somewhat of a tomboy. That's fine. I think I can tell that by looking at her, and we can still keep her that way, perhaps. Oh, architecture. More architecture. It can't only be that. This is probably architecture from the water-related region. What was her area called? Canopy? Let's look at their architecture. Jacket instead of a bodysuit. That's probably the direction I'm going to go in. Oh, so they live like up in the air essentially. And they have orange and green flags repeating. You know what? Seeing this, it does feel somewhat related to Kinich and his design. Interesting. Fancy knee and elbow pads for bike safety. Maybe. There may be some way of making those look like armor also. So that way they're sort of serving multiple purposes. They're both armored, which relates to the fact that she is very effective in battle, but then also it's protective gear. These look like climbing walls a little bit though, which is interesting. Okay, got that. Maybe cape. Let's just put all the ideas in here. So cape. Elbow / knee pads or as, oops, caps. Armor. I think there may be some way, because a lot of like motorcycler type of clothing has like tassels on it, and I wonder if there might be some overlap between like that style of tassels. Oh, what do you call them? They're not called tassels. But like that sort of like tasseling that they'll put along like the back edge of an arm or along like the legs of the pants, between that and some type of like historic cultural clothing that they could be referencing, so then we get an overlap moment. That could be interesting, maybe. You know what I'm talking about? Fringe? Fringe, that's the word. Fringe. Fringe, not tassels, yes. Not epaulets. Fringe, yes. What do you put her in? Roman legionary armor? You know? You're allowed to suggest that, but I think that wouldn't make any sense for her. Side note, I play Genshin, but can someone explain why Natlan has a holiday resort in the middle of the ocean? Well, why not? What is an island if not a thing in the middle of the ocean, you know? Okay, fringe on jacket, elbow / knee pads as armor. I really like the solar thing happening on her cape, coming out of fur. So I wonder if fur as solar energy could be a thing. So this will just be like, not changes, but like plans. Make leather brown, slightly more formal, reference Natlan culture, signs of the canopy, cape, elbow knee pads, fringe, fur, maybe. Gotta relax after the war, fair. It's a summer resort, yeah, why not put it in the ocean? Tribes posted, oh perf, thank you, very helpful. Oh, there's like big concept art for each of them. Interesting. So, Children of Echoes, I feel I'm not really able to see what's going on in that image, so I might not grab that one. Oh, the wind one is interesting. Those are different shapes, so that is going to be relevant to pull in here. I will say, the like environment designers for this game do a very interesting job. And the concept art here is very lovely. Just as like illustrations. This one has sharp feathers. I imagine this is the region that these two are from, which is good design if I can identify similarities. Although it is very simplistic if my ability to identify region is just based on the fact that they all dress in one color. Lots of elements that feel like horns also showing up through. Those are in-game images. Are these not, is this not concept art? This one's not. This one looks like concept art. Good work, 3D modelers and shader people. Good work. Wind one's kind of Spanish-based. They were a bit controversial. Yeah, I don't know if I would go for that. You mean this one? Is this the wind one? I'm not gonna remember so quickly. That is wind. Ah, so if that's the case, maybe we don't go with this one then. What? Grab the dragons. Okay. You know what? For what I can say about character designs not always hitting the mark, I will say the shaders that they use for their 3D models are lovely. That was the wrong one. Whoop, never mind. It'll come back. Hang on. Oh, the labels are under them. I misread. Hang on, I got this. I'm a pro. There we go, I'll put it back in. There we go. So, got that. Perf. What about their dragons? Are the dragons something that influences the designs that they are using in this region? Is that something that is, like, going to be relevant to designing them? I can look and see. Whoops, get rid of all of that. Dragon tech very much, okay. That's just a guy. That's a man. Oh, wait, here she is with a dragon. What is this guy? We'll take him. Sure, come with me. Come here. This is getting complicated, and I haven't even found any garment references yet, particularly. Your defense is called Night Wind, and that one was at night. Ah, okay. That would be why I was confused. Can I appreciate the program behind Genshin after playing quite a bit of Wuwa? Absolutely destroys my PC. Yeah, Genshin is designed, I think, predominantly to be played on mobile. And I think Wuwa is like, what if we had crazy cool shaders instead? Which Genshin does have very nice shaders, but they definitely are more about efficiency sometimes. So that's a nice dragon. Let's see. Can I get another dragon? I'm proud of all of you for not saying anything mildly inappropriate as a result of me saying dragon over and over and over and over again. Okay, that's a purple dragon. Do we have a green dragon? Is that what this is? This thing. This thing seems like it might become relevant. I'll grab this, and then I'm gonna start looking at some, like, particular, like, garment references, maybe. I'll put the dragons in their own area, maybe, too. Nope, don't get all of it, just this. So this will come down, like, here, maybe. Yeah. But they're from Natland. Okay, they're from Natland. They're here. I got them. I got them. What's inappropriate about imagining dragons? It's a good band. That's true! I agree! Wildlife are descendants from the dragons. There's mostly no living dragons. All the tribes reflect their local elemental dragon pets. Ah, okay. So I've got this guy here, and we can look at him. I've got him. Yeah, the dragon talk is dragging on. So let's now look at maybe some clothing references. We were talking about, like, Aztec design. I wonder if some of my places that I go for garment research have Aztec clothing, because I haven't checked that particularly. We're going to be in the Discord server now for 1 second, because this is where I go whenever I need these, because it's the easiest place I have them all in one place. Fashion history timeline. Let's see if they have anything Aztec in here. Let's see. Oh, actually, this one's not the greatest one for trying to search things in, so maybe I won't be using that one right now. Let's see. Aesthetics wiki, maybe not. Blashka tends to be not very broad in the world, but let's see. Do we have anything Aztec in Blashka? Punk, history, portraits and fashion. It tends to be very European. But let me just do a quick scan through here to see if they have anything useful. Iron corset, wedding dresses, jockeyville shoes, men's fashion. It might just be too entirely European. Yeah, no. Christmas outfits. Yeah, no. Blashka, you're not my help on this one. That's too modern. Very yellow, yes. Emperor's New Groove is sort of Aztec. It's sort of Aztec, but is it actually Aztec? I'm gonna go to my Pinterest and see if I can just find some general things, and I'm gonna ruminate my mind about where I might be able to find some accurate references for Aztec style clothing. But let's see, there might be some relevant boards I have here. I mean, chrome, no, I wonder if, I have an entire board for jackets that I may go into to try and find her a more effective jacket, just real quick. Like, can you tell I like organizing things in a similar way? Emperor's New Groove is Incan. Okay, so not at all correct. Not Aztec at all in any way, shape, or form. Not even slightly. This has an interesting asymmetrical pattern on it, so I might grab this. But this isn't actually what I want for shape at all. even slightly, not even remotely. And this feels too much like something you would wear if you were in NASCAR. I mean, close. Close if we're talking about, maybe like quadrant of the world, but maybe not close in terms of, garment design. Oops, hang on. Where was I? Here. Go back. Because I feel like having a jacket will be good for her. Do I have any other interesting jacket shapes that would be relevant for this? A lot of my jackets are very modern, perhaps. Yeah, these do seem pretty modern. This thing's kind of funky. I wonder if there's something I could do with this that would be... that would relate. So then we could give her, like, a jacket that's being worn on one side, and then she could have something slightly more formal on underneath. So then we get a balance of sort of, like, playful biker, and then something more formal underneath. Like, she's rebelling from having to be too formal. Maybe, perhaps. Both from Europe, but they'd be real upset if you mixed them up. Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, conflating Europeans with each other. They don't like that. People don't like it when you say they're the same as someone else, the same as another region, often. Okay, that might not be a bad idea to grab. Let's see, anything else in here? Whoop. It really wants to refresh all the way to the top every time, which is not kind. It's only doing that because I'm live, because it doesn't usually do that. It's like, that was interesting. I don't think any of these other ones are going to be particularly useful to us. Can you tell what I've been designing recently from what I've added things to? 90s teacher. Hair. Her hair's actually fine. I might be able to find something better for her pants if I go in elevated basics, but we're going to skip that for now. Blouse, musician, astronaut, belts, clown, aquatic, eyes. Uniform. Uniforms tend to be something that's rather formal, although a lot of these are very European style uniforms that I don't know if would be useful here. But we do have a variety of capes, which might not be a bad thing to bring in. I'm not seeing anything that's particularly standing out to me yet, as far as bringing that into her design goes. Because I don't want to make her too European looking. Like calling Puerto Rican food Mexican. Oh, they don't like that! I'll promise you that. I've just been doing this a lot recently. That's annoying. That is not effective. Also, hi, just hopped in and started yapping about Genshin. Hi! Big VOD watcher, glad I can catch a stream. Well, we're happy to have you. Thank you for hanging out. Let me see. So I don't think much of what I found in here is all that useful because this is very, like, European as far as uniforms go. So I might have to see if I can find something that's more Aztec or South American inspired in terms of a uniform. Wow, it's being funny. What are you doing there? Scroll back up a little bit. Formal wear, I can check because they are still using some modern elements. Argentina does have some European influences. That's true, but I imagine they have their own unique flair on it. Oh, I wonder if I could give her some sort of pants that are like wider at the bottom, or like... This might actually be a problem for a motorcycle, but I feel like that's not a bad idea. And this is a way that you could have a jacket that feels somewhat formal. This is way frillier than what I would go for her. But we could give her maybe a slightly more formal silhouette to her jacket. Maybe, or to like her sleeve shape. Because this feels much more aligned with like maybe the status she would have, even though it's not really aligned with the tomboyish nature. We're gonna synthesize things. Any one of these is not going to be like the key image. We're gonna combine most of these images into something that works better. I know these pants look crazy, but I'm gonna grab them also because one of my biggest frustrations with this is the fact that there's no silhouette happening in the lower body. So we're gonna grab that. I might see if I can grab some shoes, maybe 2. I actually don't even need this guy's whole body, or the girl's whole body. Whoops, I rotated it. Would it drive you nuts if I just had like a bunch of these ever so slightly asymmetrically rotated? Would that drive you crazy? I just want this for sleeves, so let me get rid of all of her otherwise. So that way we can see it a little better from a distance when I have all these things in here together. And I'm gonna get rid of his entire upper body. Not gonna lie, this outfit is slay. This guy's wearing heels with a tuxedo top. And then like flared pants at the bottom. That kind of slaps. Not gonna lie. That's how I mood board. Yeah, we're mood boarding right now a little bit. This is a body that makes sense, I'm sure. But if I shrink this down, it could, like, be the legs for it. Then make her similarly shaped to Farina. That's okay, though, because she's much taller than Farina, and she's a very different hairstyle than Farina has, too. So, Farina also... Is Farina wearing pants? I don't think Farina wears pants. Or, like, she wears shorts, not, like, full-length pants is what I mean. Ooh, that's kind of interesting, but not what I'm looking for. This style of pants is interesting, but again, I don't know if that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, she's shorts, which would, I think, be enough of a distinction between them. Shionster, thank you for following. I appreciate it. You can tell I really like flared pants. Just from looking at these, probably. Oh man, I didn't find any good capes I liked earlier either. This, I think, is when this board was more looking for men's formal wear. Actually, some of those examples I have in here maybe are not Twitch appropriate either. With, like, sheer things being worn underneath. But okay, so formal wear didn't really do what I had hoped it would either. Scholar, I don't know about. I think I have a folder for athlete, but I think that that is going to be way too modern. I don't want any skirts. Angels, dragon, pastel shoes. Do I have any good shoes? Men's formal goes crazy in the 1500s. That could be fun. Or like, you know, is flared pants. That's true! That is kind of true. That's no reason why we can't do it again a second time. I think my shoes are also going to be abundantly very formal for this. I don't end up designing a lot of fantasy style things. Farina's a masculine top design, but it's not quite tomboyish. Yeah, I would say hers is still kind of like frilly a little bit, you know? It's a little frilly. Let's see. What? Now that is a diabolical shoe. But not at all what we're looking for. I was hoping I might have some interesting boots in here. Something like that is almost fantasy inspired. I might grab these just to have. The shape is interesting. The fact that they're sharp on the front. And it's still a boot that feels like it could be almost practical, despite being more fashion aligned. Let me fix these, because it's driving me nuts now. Sort of cowboy. It is a little cowboy. I could probably find a way to make it not look so cowboy, though. Send some Aztec references and live suggestions? Well, thanks. Thank you, very kind. Let's see. Now you guys can all see when I go in here. Because I have it in the same window. Oh, this is a much better image of that creature. Thank you, Sanazum. You guys are doing my work for me. But granted, I am, I guess, kind of trying to, like, speed run this. Normally, I could spend a couple hours just doing this part alone. But right now, I'm trying to do it kind of quickly. I think Mavuika wants Heelys. Heelys? Oh my god! That would be so funny. I know that there's one other girl in Natland who has roller skates, but I feel like that would have been kind of a funny thing to add. This is an Aztec VTuber and artist. They're Sona and Miku. Okay, sure. I trust somebody who... There we go. I trust that. We'll bring you down here as a reference. And VTubers often share a lot of design conventions with Genshin Impact. Come on. There we go. Okay, so it seems like some of the diagonal elements and some of the diamond elements in the pattern work are kind of a commonality, so that might be something that was coming from some of the Aztec influences. Some sharp shapes at the bottom, dark circles, some sort of like ring-like elements. You grab that Miku. Miku Daio! Oh, it's not Miku, it's, what do they call him? Mikuo? When they make Miku very masculine. We'll grab this one. I can put you in too. Perfect. I would like to find some references for the designs that are also not character designs, because I would like to just see some like fashion or attire maybe too. The headdress is interesting. I wonder if a headdress would do enough to change her entirely also. Oh wow, I made these really big compared to everything else. Whoops! All of this got huge. Nope, don't do that. Do that. Thank you. There we go. That all got a little too big. There we go. Okay. Heelyception. Yeah, I don't know. Also sent that in the Discord if you scroll. Oh, perfect. Thank you guys. Wow, so helpful. Are you using Clip Studio for the mood board? No, I use Pure Ref. Oh, there we go. Aztec references. Thank you. These are far less detailed than stuff we see coming out of the Impact, but it's probably for the better, because then we can design it up. instead of having to design something down. Because that's harder for me. It's harder to pare something down than it is to add detail in. Grab that. I'm gonna trust and believe that these are really, truly, not necessarily like accurate, but they are actually from the proper group of people, maybe. I'm doing a Mavuika redesign in my own time, so you're getting all the refs I'm using. Oh, hell yeah. If you guys want to redesign her too, go for it. I'd be interested to see your takes. I'll stick that in there, maybe. Look it up. Aztec fashion, at least for warriors, is very showy. Huge feathered headdresses and a mess of vibrant colors. Yeah. But if she used a mace that was also a nuke for her unique weapon, why would she have a nuke? I guess that does relate to fire. But that's kind of wild. Okay. Was that all the things that were sent in here? Oh. Also the sun god, which would probably be relevant considering they refer to her as the sun. Truth. Here you go. Get a little teeny tiny little sun god in here. Perfect. You can hang out with the dragons. And let's see, did I have any other boards that I want to pull some clothing from before I just search for just like Aztec references? I got a pair of shoes that I think might be useful. Do I have any other shoes maybe? There's some diabolical things in here though. Her ultimate's basically a nuke. Well, maybe it's more relevant than we thought it would be then. That's always possible. What happened with my spelling? Yeah, I don't know. Finally got over my fears and picked up a pencil for the first time in a week and a half. Don't worry, I can see through it. I can see the intent of the sentence. I'm proud of you for picking up your pencil. Good work. I know drawing can be scary sometimes. I haven't even shown you my very silly looking image I have that I drew as a base for her so far. It looks really silly because she's bald in it right now. Okay. I don't want OG. Goth and punk I might have an interesting jacket in, but I think my goth board is mostly a little bit too Victorian-esque. Yeah, I'm not sure anything in there is particularly useful. Bald Vika. Yeah, well, what do you need hair for? What do you need hair for? What are you gonna do with it? It's gonna burn all off anyway. Punk? I might have a leather jacket in here, maybe? Seemingly maybe not. This stuff all is way too modern also, but I was hoping I could at least find maybe like a shape for something that could be interesting. I do like these things. I feel like this is going to be relevant. I feel like this is going to end up being helpful because it also feels like something that could be worn in relation to like battle, where we're covering one arm for protection and then we're leaving the other arm for speed and decking someone, so it's not covered and has better movement. So protection versus unprotected. I feel like that could be relevant for battle types of things. I'm gonna crop this. I get that I have two references like this now, but one of them's doing something diagonally, and I want to see both. There we go, grab that. I think that's gonna help. Ooh, and if I gave her that sort of like solar flare thing like I was seeing here, I could put it on this, and this could be what her cape is attached to also. Listen, I'm not opposed to a single sleeve design. Do I think Chrom from Fire Emblem looks like a goober? Yes. In every way, shape, and form, yes. I think it's so funny. But we can put something that's slightly more formal on the other side of the body, so that way we're sort of balancing her tomboyish, athletic, warrior elements with the fact that she is the leader of an entire region. You know? Because Chrom is a goober. That's true, he is a goober. He is. He really is. So, hang on. Back to the Pinterest mines. Anything else in here useful? Whoa. Pinterest is just straight up freaking out. I wish it would knock it off. Those might be some fun silhouettes. This is an interesting thing happening here. I don't think this would make sense for what we're doing, but... Oh, something like this. That might feel too modern, but I wonder if there's a way I could give her a skirt over her pants. So that way we get the best of both worlds. I don't want anything of what's happening on the top half, but skirt over pants could be useful and also add something to silhouette, maybe. Perhaps. Let me remove the entirety of your upper body, sorry. We don't need that though. Bam. Woohoo, hang on. Larger. Thanks. Genshin is not against skirts over pants. Do they have skirts over pants already? I feel like I haven't seen that, but if they do, not the worst idea. Maybe not the worst. I wish it would stop scrolling me back up. Please, for the love of God. Oh, look, this is the style of pants that they already have in that region, with the, like, top parts of it being folded over. I wonder if that was in their reference board. For some of them. So that was punk. Is there anything else that might be relevant? Goth, makeup, Y2K, weapons, chrome, cyber. You know, I don't really have, like, a good, like, fantasy board here. I've got elves, which this is not. I don't really run for dresses. For blouses, maybe I could pick something out, but these feel very frilly compared to the way that she is dressed. But there's maybe something that we could get from, like, a shape here that wouldn't be too bulky, and if we change the material, it wouldn't be too frilly. Perhaps. Like, this is something that's kind of both feminine and masculine a little bit. This is aiming for a little bit more androgyny. We're combining big, dark shapes with something that's lighter and brighter and more flowy, which is interesting. Unfortunately, I think there's some AI nonsense in here, but I just wanted the shapes anyway. Another one sleeve! Yeah, I don't know if any of this particularly works for me. A lot of this seems too incredibly impractical for what we're probably going for. Xilonen has part of a dress over pants. Does she really? Teresa has safety shorts under her skirt. That's smart. I like that. She's also supposed to be an athletic character too. I'm sure Aztec Miku has a good inspiration for a skirt. Okay, I'll go back and look at that one a little bit harder in a second, but is there anything else here that would be relevant? Belts, I don't know. Eyes, reptile insect uniform. You know what? I might look at armor for just 1 second too. Because I may actually have some things in here that are non-European too, which would be good. And then maybe some good capes in here, or cloaks. Like, I don't think we need to super armor her up, but like, just a little might be helpful or good or nice, you know? Those are some crazy sleeves. And more crazy sleeves. Honestly, just having shoes armored and one arm armored is interesting. It doesn't seem like Natlan focuses very much on heavy armor just from the NPC designs, but then again, I don't know what the bosses look like from this region either. Some dragon-like things. This has some fire elements, which is interesting. I'm gonna grab this just because it has fire-like elements in it. I feel like that could be relevant maybe somehow. How many years of references are in here? At least 1, if not 2. I haven't been using Pinterest for incredibly that long, just because it does piss me off frequently. But it can be a very good way of just grabbing and organizing a ton of stuff somewhat efficiently, and it is at least somewhat good at giving me suggestions based on what I've created that are relevant to what I'm doing. Ooh, like this is a silhouette that might be good. Something on the head, something big happening on a shoulder, pants that flare out, and then some sort of like heeled-like shoes, something asymmetrical. So we're not taking the armor, I'm just taking some of the shapes from this. So we'll just collect a bunch of stuff until I'm content with collecting. This is the step of character design that is sometimes the most fun. It's the no pressure, I'm just gonna grab a little bit of everything step. It pisses you off? Yeah, Pinterest just like conceptually as a platform has an incredible amount of uncredited art on it, unfortunately. Also there's just an incredible amount of AI nonsense too. Black Armor Knight is a Miku. Also AI. Yeah, there's just a lot of AI. So. Oh, yeah, we could probably use this shape directly for a skirt over her pants. Maybe if we want asymmetry, or to make it feel just a little bit more modern, we could tilt it a little bit to one side. Oh, big brain, okay. We're thinking. Things are happening. Nope, not this. Come back here for 1 second. Let me finish scrolling through here, and then I want to find a couple more Aztec references, and then we're going to start trying to piece bits together. So I'll consolidate my references to the bits that I think are most relevant. I'll crop some things a little more, give myself a working area, and then we'll like actually for realsies start. I know I've been live for an hour and a half already, but I promise this is an important part of the process. your design can only be as good as your knowledge is. So if I collect a lot of references and expand my knowledge and expand my ideas and my visual inventory, that will help a lot. One shoulder. That's an interesting take on one shoulder, but I don't know if I think that would work quite right. I do want her to have some headwear. That is kind of crazy with the exaggeration. Yeah, no, not a lot happening there. I'm just gonna search this just to see what happens, but if I look on here for Aztec character, let's see how terribly inaccurate it is. All pins. Sometimes it'll give me things that are somewhat accurate and somewhat relevant. Sometimes it does a really terrible job. I'm just gonna search generally outside of here also, because like, this is either a character who has 2 outfits or maybe it's AI. Who knows? Certainly not me anymore. And then again, also searching on Pinterest, I'm not actually gonna grab any of these because I don't trust any of this to be accurate. So let me see. Are there just Aztec characters in general? Like, what characters in media are Aztec, maybe? Okay, these are just characters in Aztec as a religion. Does the Pinterest filter for AI not work very well? It kind of works. It kind of works. But it's not, like, foolproof. Aztec... Can I get Aztec, maybe, like, game characters, just to see? No, yeah, I don't know about that. Aztec movie character. Namor and Black Panther. Oh, I heard that they did not do a great job of handling him, though, unfortunately. Here's an idea. Remove her skin, then turn that into her jacket. Why are you so intent on removing her, jacket? Road to El Dorado, is that the Maya? I guess that is what this is asking. But I guess that wouldn't be a good use there. Look up documentaries. That's where I'm going next. That's where I'm going next. What is this? Maya and the 3... Tell me, what was this called? What was it called? Why? There was a name. What was it? Maya y los Tres? Oh, is her name Maya? Is that... It's not helping. AI Tiger is terrible, though. They label real pictures that have probably just been upscaled as AI. Oh, no. Maya and the 3. Is that actually... Is that an Aztec-inspired movie, or is this actually not? Mesoamerica, animated miniseries from Netflix. Tell me more. It came out. Pre-colonial Mesoamerica, celebrating her birthday. Did they not pick a specific place? Good show. It's not Aztec, but it's Mesoamerican. Okay. So that's not good enough. Let me get... Oh, honestly, just taking some of these, something like this might be a good idea. So I can see just some of the pattern work. What is this called? Is this this isn't the calendar, is it? Hang on. Yes. Here we go. I want one of these, please. Preferably one that has the colors on it, because that might have some pattern work I could use on it. Perhaps, maybe... Oh, Mayan calendar. Uh-oh, is it actually Mayan, or is it not Aztec? Sun calendar. Okay. On the Mexico soccer jerseys for the World Cup this year. Rather cloth and leather. Probably pretty sure it's Mayan. Google, you are not helping me. This is what is so hard about this. Although this is on Wikipedia as an Aztec calendar. What is the truth? Aztec or Mexica calendar is the calendrical system used by the Aztecs. This is the sunstone. I'll grab this one, because maybe this one is accurate. So that'll be what I grab. We'll get this, just to make sure it's the right one. I know YouTube cannot be a final source, but I trust the YouTube. Or not the YouTube, the Wikipedia. YouTube is also not a source. For what is and what is not Aztec. But there we go, okay. Sharp radiating patterns, keep that. Come back here. Let's see. Little creatures, that's cool and cute. Aztec paintings. Oh no! Do you know what my favorite thing to look for usually is? Is usually when you find paintings from that time period in that region, they give you a good idea of what life is like, but nah! No, that doesn't work for anywhere in like pretty much all of the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, let's get sculptures instead. Let's see. I'm not looking for people who painted them. I'm looking for things that were made by the Aztecs. Oh, for the love of God. Okay. Obelisk art history? Okay, interesting. Ooh, there's some like braided pattern happening in here. That might be good. That's an interesting hairstyle, maybe? I think we're onto something. Could do Mexica instead. I guess I could. That is a broader search. When I could find it's Aztec, the Mayans had their own sun calendar. It looks less cool, so a lot of people used pictures of the Aztec one instead. Interesting. They called themselves Mexica. Okay. Noted. Let's try that. Let's see. Nope. Painting? Nope. I did not mean that. That's not what I meant. Nope. Totally unhelpful. Evil. I'm trying to steal words. Whoop! That's not TOS friendly. Uh-oh. Whoops. Sculpture. Let's see. Okay, same results. Dang it. There is some evil in Google when we are trying to look for things. These are sculptures based on illustrations or paintings, I think. Let's see. Fashion? Don't know about that. I think we're just doing Mexican, which is not helpful. Try Aztec again. So Mexica are the dominant cultural group of the Aztec Empire, much like how Romans were the dominant cultural group of the Roman Empire. Nice! Hey, that's why we're here today. We're all going to learn about the Aztec together. We're all going to expand our knowledge. I don't want a costume idea. Leave me alone. Let's see. Garment styles. Aha! Open sewn, slip-on, draped, and closed sewn, limb encasing. This seems like this might be relevant, perhaps. Aztec sun dancers. Okay, if we have any particular people, I could look at some of the rulers as well, because she is in fact a ruler. But I want this just because it's showing me this style of cape that wraps around the body and is draped, and then this, which has the tassels I was thinking about. And these do look like they could be scans of actual illustrations. Chat's got better research skills than Hoyo. There's also a lot of us. I don't know how many people they have doing this for the Genshin Impact. Because it might just be one person or a very small team designing something. So that was the one that you had shown me already. Aztec, let's see, Sundancer. Oh. Again, these searches are not really working. You know what? I trust this man, though. Colorful Aztec dance of Xipe Totec? Sure, I trust this man. He looks trustworthy to me. We'll put him in here. Dancing is definitely an athletic thing that maybe she could be interested in. Grab you, put you here. I might crop this pretty significantly. There is a lot of all-over pattern happening, which is something I'm noticing, so that might be good to note for how we can handle pattern work for her. And that's an interesting, like, the word I'm using for it is shield. I don't know if that's actually the way it would be used, but that could be useful. Across the forehead, some side pieces. A lot of concept arts I've seen are so much better than the final designs. That is rough. Also, head's a band made of all the tribes, just remembered that. Ah, isn't there a different Genshin character named after it? That would be interesting. Put some extant statues and manuscripts in. Okay, sure. Let me see. Okay, I grabbed that statue. This manuscript looks like it would be useful. Ah, for especially, the word I almost said was headgear, but for something as like a headdress that could be worn, that might be nice. Nice, thank you. What is this? We also don't know how much the Hoyo executives interfere with the design team, because at least one Sumeru character is designed by someone who can and often does make beautiful dark-skinned designs. It's entirely possible executives will step in and say things like, no, you need to make them pale. And that is one of the things about every single game you've ever seen that we will never know. You never know how much micromanaging there is, and you never know when an artist is told no. In some of the work that I have done for character design, for miscellaneous things, I have been told no about things that are like almost ridiculous. Where it's like, here is a thing that is a solution to all the problems we've had with this character's design and with the way it is read by viewers. Here is the solution. And they go, absolutely not. And I'm like, I just handed you gold. I just gave you something golden and you said no? What do you mean no? Or like, hey, I designed this thing. It's a really cute version of something. And they're like, well, remove the entire basis of the design and then keep all of those elements. And I'm like, why? 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 So do understand that for what it's worth, be character designers and 3D modelers for games in general or just any media. A lot of the times do not get the final call for something. They are either being micromanaged or macromanaged in some capacity, and they have to design something based on the intentions of their employer. They can't do what is maybe what we would consider to be right, even if they want to, just because they're told no. Unfortunately. And when it comes down to I have job or I have not job, artists are usually choosing I have job, you know, unfortunately. But anyways, to not tangent about that, that is just like an unfortunate part of a lot of industries, because it's the same for writing, it's the same for everything, it just happens.
Parent ... Am I evil for being a CEO?
No, as long as you're a nice and good and kind CEO, Gary, as long as you pay the people you employ fair wages, and you are not sitting on a hoard of cash money, and as long as you are not putting others down to raise yourself up, and as long as you are being an open-minded, accepting, worldly type of shroom, I'm sure you're doing okay. I'm sure it is fine. But I want more. I don't think this is enough yet. Hang on. I want at least like 1 or 2 more. I want something more of fashion. I mean, like Aztec. Wait, there's another Aztec VTuber. What is his name? It's VTuber. What is his name? There's a guy. There's a dude. This guy. This dude. What is his name? His name is not such plea. Because he could be another reference to look at here too. It's mostly her, and she is a good reference also. But what is this dude's name? Who are you? I don't want to play your TikTok live on my stream. But Peely. Peely. If I do that, am I getting it? Oh, it's this guy, it's this guy, it's this guy. So, Xochi Peely? X-O-C-H-I Peely. I actually, now I'm second guessing. Is he in fact Aztec? I think he is. VTuber. Did he name himself after a deity? He may have. Yeah, Aztec! Aztec! Yes! Thank you. Thank God. Thank God you exist. So it seems like this is one of his designs that were commissioned, so I will take this, because I imagine if he is descendant of Aztecs, he's not going to really let people get by with doing something that's rude or strange or upsetting. There we go. Thank you! Thank you for existing, and thank you to your artist for existing. This makes it a little bit easier. And then, your new design doesn't look like that. Do you have a reference for your new one? Aha! Oh ho ho ho! So this, honestly, I feel like is a decent, like, fantasy formal wear-ization of some traditional wear, which is interesting. So let me grab this and put this in here. And I think I actually might be content. I think I might have enough variety in my imagery here that I may be good to start just yoinking some stuff and beginning. Oh, and you have a cape too. Oh, perfect. And something of some headdresses. Beautiful. Thank you. Wahoo! Yay! We're saved. I don't know what made me think of that just now, but I think I follow this fella on Twitter, and I was like, wait. I swear to God. Got curious? Sochi, I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Is it Sochi Pili? Is the god of flowers. Music, art, dance, and human joy, if anyone's wondering. Wait, that's so lovely. That's actually so lovely. That is very lovely. If I asked before, sorry, but what program is this? This is called PureRef. This is all way too big, still. Shrink that. So, we're 2 hours in. I haven't drawn anything yet, almost. And we're going to start drawing something soon. So I'm just gonna grab little bits and pieces of things so that way I can keep them on hand, all in one easy access area for designing. So like what I want from you is I want your shoulder mechanism and probably your dress. Although your dress is not a good reference here. I just want your shoulder thing. So I'm gonna put that over here. We're gonna start building just a little bit of a different area. So that's gonna go there. I want this one for this. Actually, I do want some bits of her original design still too. So I do like her neckline. Whoops, I just screenshotted instead of cropping. I like her neckline, I like her hair. So we'll grab those. So let me just get the neckline first. And then I'll grab sort of the top of her hair secondarily. Bam. That looks a little bit dubious, the fact that I just have that screenshotted, but you have to understand, I need both this, and I can put them all in one image. Believe me, nothing nefarious happening here. Okay, and then I want her hair, which is just mostly the top part. I think her hair could still be long, but maybe not quite so long. Oh, and I do like that her hair is in front of her on one side too. The name means Prince of Flowers. Ah, actually, I can just use one of these. I don't need both. I can have her hair in it. Okay, got that. Do I want anything out of these? Honestly, her collar here isn't a bad idea. And the way that her hair is lighter on the inside, I think works better here than it is here. So let me not screenshot her. Let me not do that either. Let me do the worst hotkey known to mankind. I want her neck element and the inside of her hair. Perfect. Make that bigger. There we go. It's one of her most popular features, to be fair. I see. As a kid, her outfit has bits of green. I do see it. And I feel like the green does add a nice little bit of contrast to the palette. This jacket, I think, is sort of interesting with the collar. So I might grab this just for the jacket. I don't want your head or your arm. There we go. We'll just start stacking stuff. Wait, put that straight again. And I'm gonna grab her sister for some of the pattern work, I think. Here we go. Zipper going all the way around is the key to winning the war. Yeah, I didn't really talk about the zipper situation. The zipper's kind of diabolical, not going to lie. I know somebody didn't mind it too much, but I mind it a little bit. I think the trim on this guy's shirt down here is kind of interesting, which could be relevant. Oops. And I also don't actually need his arms either. I just want that. And there we go. And the reason why I'm doing all of this is so that I'm not just sort of going to end up one-to-one copying something that already exists in the game. I'm just grabbing little bits and pieces of things that I think will be helpful to me. So like I want particularly the top part of this and the banners. So I'm gonna focus this in a little bit better. Like this. The little bit of green in there is good too. On a scale of 1 to Mavuika's zipper, how risky is it to go to the bathroom? I imagine cosplayers of her design are probably suffering a little bit, unfortunately. There we go, got that in, got this. When I said I like the goofy zipper, I swear it wasn't because of that. I think it's funny as a design convention, but I think it'd be really uncomfortable also if you are riding a motorcycle. I think you would be rather uncomfortable. From this imagery, I feel like this sort of alternating pattern and some of the pattern work in there might be the useful bits of this for me to keep with me. Oh, and some of the... That feels like too steampunky, maybe. But maybe that would be the worst thing to bring in. Okay. Put that there. Let's see. So that's most of what I want out of those references. I definitely want this guy. We're just going to take the entirety of you and bring you over. Because I think your headdress will be relevant. As well as some of your layering you have going on. Cosplayers are probably wearing 2 more layers of fabric under the suit for shielding. Ah! Oh. Ouch! Oh, little swirly thing on the collar of this fella. Seems nice. This is just like a fun little like creature design also. I want your little swirly chest bit. Maybe we could shape, if we make some sort of headdress for her, we could shape it like this thing's ears? Because the dragons, or whatever the creatures are, what did you guys say? Like, are what influence a lot of the fashion. That could be a smart move. From this, I just want this actually straight up. Exactly the way it is. There's her little teeny tiny legs. Dang, you looking good? Thanks. I made myself. Thanks. I designed the EG all on my own. Grab this. I want it the way it is also, because I already cropped it into where I wanted it. Although, actually, I could probably... I don't know if I really want the sleeves, but we'll see. Got that. I definitely want this whole thing because I want to see the clothing proportioning of it. I want this whole one for clothing proportioning also. But I'm going to get rid of your legs because I don't know if that's relevant to what I'm doing here particularly. Also, this is a very good way of handling patterns without making it too overwhelming. I do want this over here. Gotta do a Blender stream one day. I think I would potentially struggle with a Blender stream. Let me organize this a little bit too. Just because I'm not always that good at talking and doing at the same time, unfortunately. It's not one of my strengths. I'm very good at talking and not doing anything. We did for Redeems last year. Oh, that may actually be almost 2 years ago. What's a Blender stream? Despite what it may sound like, a Blender stream is not, in fact, me putting things into a blender. It is instead me using the 3D modeling program known as Blender. Okay, hang on. Put you here. This should be on top still. Painted limbs are interesting. Anything else that I want here? This thing I don't think I'm actually going to end up using. I don't think it was that helpful. I'm going to bring you over because I want this to sort of be my silhouette guideline a little bit. Okay, do I have every part of the body? This is part of the shoes. Too big though. Okay. I think that's all of the elements that I was finding particularly interesting. I could maybe grab this guy's wings also for pattern inspiration too. I'm not even gonna crop him. I'll leave him the way he is. Blender eats up valuable stream resources. Blender's not actually that heavy on my computer to run, thankfully, but I'm just like very bad at hotkeying things while speaking, I've learned. Okay, your headdress was cool. We'll come back for you if we need pattern work. This has tassels, which I want potentially also. And I have like no actual like motorcycling references here, but we'll see if I can do all right without them. I want this guy and the slip-on. Whoops. There we go. And I had to make this like this also, so that way I won't have to be zip zooming all around once you guys can no longer see this, because I will switch rooms just to drawing in a second here. Oh, I don't need your cup either. Or your scepter? I'm not actually sure what that is. I don't need what you're holding. I just need your fit. Fit check. There we go. And your hat. Your shoes are rather interesting. I wonder if we could use something from this guy's shoes also. This, like, tied-on element could be interesting, and maybe you could throw a buckle on it to modernize it. Oh ho 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 ho. Blender stream where you make milkshakes. My milkshakes bring all the shrooms to the yard. No. I don't know about that. That'd be really loud. But you know what I do want to do as a stream at some point is I want to do Shrinky Dinks on stream. I made a Shrinky Dink EG and it's so cute. So let me title these things. So these are all my general refs. Woo, that's how you spell that. All, how about inspo? There we go. And then this will be specific. My refined inspo. And then I want my plans down here also. I'll make that a little bigger so I can see the game plan. All right. I'm starting to see in my mind a picture of Mavuika that could work. I'm starting to see something that could be real. It's coming. It's occurring. It'll happen. Did we talk about Mavuika having a unique biker helmet design? We did not. We did not talk about that. But we're not really designing the helmet or the bike per se. We're just doing the main design for her. Can I move these so I can zoom in further? Probably. There we go. That's probably better. Well, actually, hang on. I don't need to see that word. There we go. Ho ho ho! Reference sheet of all time. Got it. Is this also a new background? I think there are some new ones, yes. The fellow who makes the background music that I download, Noiseless World, I just hadn't downloaded any of his new music in months. So now we have it all at once. So, okay. We have all of the elements that could come together to successfully create a Mavuika. I'm gonna put this over here and hope it doesn't drive me too nuts that it's on a different monitor than I usually use. Although, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna move you. I'm gonna be too annoyed if I have to look over there too far for my references. I'm gonna put it on my usual monitor that I use. I've got a straight ahead monitor, which is usually where shroommates live. You guys get to be on the left monitor now. And now I'm gonna use this. Baby no money. What's he doing here? Okay, so I'm gonna come in here and I'm going to transition rooms. Also, I should put Lance's better Mavuika in here with us because this one sucks. Oh, she's so little. That's okay. There we go. That's a better Mavuika. For me to look at here. So, bam. Okay. Now, different rooms so I can just draw. And you don't have to see all of this nonsense over here. This is just too much nonsense. Too much nonsense. Let's consolidate. Oh, yep, there we go. Nice! And now you only have to look at what I'm drawing, and you can only see the drawing area. Yay! Yippee! Wahoo! Okay. There we go. Got that there. Baby No Money's whole career is side quest, so it makes sense he's in Genshin. I don't think he's even in Genshin. I think it's just that he... Zochi? Am I saying his name right? I'm gonna feel terrible if I'm not. Just had a TikTok that related to him, maybe. So you really love Mavuika. I don't hate her. And I am redesigning her out of love because I think there's some basis here that could work. So, so here she is. I did some prep drawings just to try and give her a more interesting pose. And here's where we settled. God, she's bald! Look at her! Look at her. She's so bald. Let me move this over out of the way too. Hang on, because you can see it. There we go. Bald Wika. I just needed to draw her in some capacity so I could have a basis to work from. I think I kept all of her proportions maybe more or less the same, even though maybe her arms would benefit from being a little thicker if she's a warrior, you know? Also, I didn't need my hair anyway. We can match. We're so slay! Now we match. Now we both don't have hair. Anyways, this is the base I'm using. You will have to tolerate the fact that I sketch in purple because I'm evil. And because, it just makes it easier. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do some block out and see if I can get some shapes on here that feel like what I want. So I'm going to use a not fully opaque layer, and I'm just gonna use purple and try for shapes. So some of the things I was wanting is I want her to have one shoulder that's bigger, not necessarily shaped like that, and then it'll be tight to the arm, probably down here. And this will be her arm that is like the armored arm or something with like the rays of something coming out of it that attaches to her cape. And then we can probably have, you know, it's gonna come across here, can't come into there, but then we'll attach it to the other side of her body. So we'll go like this and maybe like down like that. Although I wonder if those elements might get in the way of some of the Aztec elements we wanted to add. We'll see. So I want this in here. Nope, I had an eraser. Thank you though. Nice try. So that wouldn't be a bad idea. Honestly, it could probably be even bigger. The other side I wanted to be a little bit more formal maybe. I'm still trying to figure out what I might want to do for that. I see there's some like large like wrist accessories that are being worn consistently in some of the Aztec references and in her younger version too. So that might be good for formalizing a little bit. She's wearing jewelry. I didn't mind her cutout on her chest, but this might also get in the way of that. So we may have to scrap this or find some other way of like attaching it to her so that way I can have like a star shape here still, which would be interesting. Oh wait, if I do this now we're starting to get to diamonds, which might be cool. And then she could have something under here. And I could complete the star shape with something that's going like, maybe not quite like that, but like that. Oh, this feels a little bit too punk rocker right now. We'll play around with it. We're gonna iterate some. We'll try a couple things. Edie's just like me for real, purple and evil. I'm not evil! What do you mean? I'm not evil! This thing needs to be a little bit spindlier, and maybe not so tall. If it's rounder. Although hers is like really like sharp in whatever way it was working. Okay, I'm gonna ignore however this is connecting across the chest for now. Although wait, I wonder if I could shape it like this, almost like some of the collars that are like Aztec style, and then she could have some of that like detail in here, but then it's a part of the sleeve and then she's wearing something else under it. Oh, I do sketch in purple because I'm evil, that's true. Sorry, I'm so evil I forget how evil I am sometimes. You just have to tolerate it. I use purple because it's a color that doesn't make me feel like there's a lot of finality to what I'm drawing, so I'm more willing to delete things and try other things if something doesn't feel like it's working to me. So that might be brown leather. Her zipper pull, we could still maybe have something that's zipped underneath here. Her waist attire could be also worn over some sort of like biker pants down here. But then she would have like some style of skirt that is like this. I know pencil style skirts are hell for 3D. I haven't had that much trouble modeling them, but apparently I've heard that it's something that a lot of like game dev types of positions avoid, or like character design for game dev avoids, because when you walk, it would have to stretch the skirt in the middle. So I wonder if that may prevent them from doing something like this, although I wonder if it may instead be possible to have it clearly split. So like if it was like this and then had like a separate thing in the middle, then that might work better. I wonder, wait, if we're trying to modernize this, hang on, am I onto something here? If we modernize this, we could make this some garment she has tied around her waist and that these are the sleeves, but then it still has the shape of that garment. You know the garment, the one that the Miku had, you know? And then I could have like something that's like in here. interesting, I'm thinking. You would think pencil skirts would be easy. They're easy to model, but I think the problem just comes from the fact that rigging them adds some struggles. Rigging them is difficult. Looks Egyptian now. But I think that is coming from our own inherent biases with what we consider Egyptian to be, because this is directly reminiscent of Aztec style clothing. I think that this is a style of clothing that may be worn by multiple cultures. And I think our own biases as having seen Egyptian clothing depicted more often may relate to why we're thinking that, though. Skirt can be an armor with 3 pieces like the Miku skirt. That's true. We can think about what to do with this. Maybe armor, maybe some sort of tied thing around the waist. Something. I do want her to have long pants on still. So we can give her some sort of like punk style long pants. I'm still debating what I want to do about her boots, because I was thinking about flared ankles for the pants themselves. And then we could have some sort of fabric in them that has some sort of like fiery texture going on. I feel like she's ended up kind of disco right now too. We'll try other things, but this is just to get an idea. The flared pants might be too much. And she's not wearing anything in the center of her body. Big goofy belt. What's a clothes for antiquity were just long lengths of fabric tied in different ways? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If she wants... Oh, wait for the boots. I hadn't... Okay, hang on, wait. I'm scrapping this because we're gonna go for boots instead. Hang on. We can leave these tight because I wanted to incorporate... There's a little, like, tied element that is, like, almost like this on some of the shoes. And I feel like that might be a good thing to have as a reference, but then maybe she can wear, like, boots or something. We can give her maybe taller boots. We can play with proportions or something. And then some of those boots that the Miku was wearing had like this higher element here that also had like a tassel-y thing on the front of it. So then maybe we could give her a slightly more modern take on this element if we're using something that's more historic down here, you know? Maybe. Oh, I need to be in the art category now because I'm actually drawing. Hang on, let me fix that. I'm making some strange references today, and for that I'm so sorry. We could maybe keep her current sleeve design then. If I'm not gonna go for the width there. This I don't know about. Hang on, let me duplicate this and remove some things to try again, because I'm not sure I'm sold on everything that's happening here. There may be a different style for the top of her clothing that might work better still. But pants with something skirt-like should be blocked in here. Maybe the skirt doesn't have to be long. But like something here. Dark. And this would all be dark, and then there's something that just gives us like a lip outside of her leg. Her bike doesn't have a chain drive, please ignore me. I've ever ridden a motorcycle, but the dangly bits near the ankles could be caught in it. Nah, she rides a magic motorcycle. Also, for designing for Genshin Impact and for a lot of other games, we can ignore some level of practicality if we're going to stick to what their design sensibilities are. Because, like, almost every character they have that is a girl wears heels. I think there's, like, 2 that don't. And as a result, I think that we can kind of ignore the practicality, because clearly in their world they've established that it's fine and it's okay to dress that way. We can rule of cool it a little bit. I won't fully commit to rule of cool, but we can rule of cool it a little bit. Ooh, maybe we could slice open her sleeve, which would make rigging better. And then that could also be better for silhouette and also for her arms mobility. That might be interesting. We're not doing a belly out look. I just haven't figured out the torso yet. I really like her current jacket star thing here, and I feel like I don't want to lose that. Like, that's something I'm weirdly attached to. I'm trying to figure out what I would do with that, though, with the one sleeve thing I was trying to incorporate in. Like, maybe this cuts off here or something? Or wait, maybe it just cuts off entirely. Maybe this part here is just like belts of some sort. She's something on her neck, and then she's still wearing something in this part of her body. And then you could still have like a partial zipper event happening. I feel like I want to keep that because it's clever, and it's one of the things I think is working for her. Okay. She's feeling strangely punk rock right now. The fact that she's bald is also gonna mess with me to no end, so let me give her hair. She can keep her, like, thing that's happening with her hair, where it's going like this, and then it's very flame-like. And then it's, like, parted on one side a little bit and comes down into her face. But I feel like it could be even, like, wispier in shape if we're gonna make that fire reference, potentially. Let me exaggerate that a little more so it's tighter, and then down here we can still keep it nice and long and fiery. I do think she benefits from the fact that her hair mostly hides behind her shoulders right here too. Well, she does have some like weird little pieces in there. Hang on, so just get some of that in there. Fierier. Put that behind her body, and then we can see a little bit like down underneath her maybe, and then like that's gonna be filled in. I'm not sure where I'm going yet. The redesign is very Rockstar-ish. Yeah. Is there a way you can allow the mods to change the category if you forget? I think there is, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I've never actually tried that. I will say, for what it's worth, I have never actually been a mod on Twitch. I've been one on YouTube before, so I don't actually know what all the capabilities are that are perhaps usable for us. So I don't know. You can do it through stream elements and mix it up. I can't say one way or another for other streaming tools. Interesting. Sitli and Nilo skins don't. Nahida doesn't. Kiara has cat feet. Definitely a lot of heels though. Natlan is sort of a problem for Natlan designs to show a lot of skin. Like, Mualani's design is pretty good. But for the fact that she is a leader, she may benefit from showing a little bit less skin because we may take that a little bit more seriously. I worry that this whole thing is gonna feel too rocker-y now. Give her a skirt. Hello, you have an interesting name. That's all the further I'll permit that. But let's see. Okay, so shoes may be interesting. Let me get rid of all of that and see if we try something else and see if that works better. Because I feel like that wasn't really doing what I want it to. I like the creature that has big ear shapes. I feel like she could have something on top of her head that would do something like those ear shapes do. As like a headdress, and it seems like the headdresses frequently have like something that comes out the side like this a little bit. Maybe I need to reduce the opacity on that. So if we give her a headdress, that immediately will tone down how rocker-esque she's feeling. And I would need to do something with her hoge, so that way it's clearer what's going on with it. Let me, whoops, fill in her hair the rest of the way where I had it back under here. There we go, that's fine. That's a good enough idea. Nation of Fire, so exposed skin makes sense because of hot temperatures. That's fair, but wearing like light, flowy fabric sometimes can be a little bit more practical than having your skin showing in those types of climates, just because it makes you less likely to get sunburned. So I know that Mavuika is probably not somebody who has to worry about sunburn, but but we can still have a little bit of clothing as a treat. Maybe put the ears more towards the side. Yeah, I might rotate them down a little bit. Some of the whoops, wrong layer. The references I'm looking at tend to be very vertical with their headdress elements, which is why I was going that way, but we could give that a little more breathing space. The way I draw them will have to take into account making sure they don't actually feel like ears. Also. Oh, wait, but the Mikuo one actually has a hat on that I feel like is kind of similar to this. So I might be able to take some inspiration from that with its like wider shapes out at the sides, and then it would have like little like bits in the front that go like this or something. Not like a ribbon, but it's just like pieces of cord or something, and then there's like an element that's there, and then you've got the part that goes over the top of the head, and then you get like little like spikes on things. I feel like this might be getting somewhere. For a headdress at least. Her little top element thing may have to get moved, potentially. I might have to move it up or down. Maybe, just so we can see it better. It might have to be longer. Fake sky protects Teviot from skin cancer. That's nice. That's nice. That's good. Man, I wish ours protected us from skin cancer. I'm sure it did historically a little bit better than it does now, but maybe not enough. I should label my layers. So this is here. This is headdress 1. This is headdress 2. I had some attempts at clothing that I'm not satisfied with. I can see how combining these two styles is probably pretty challenging. I'm not really seeing a lot of overlap between garments, but I wonder if there's something I could do that's like, okay, instead of having a star-shaped cutout, maybe she has a... I don't know what to call it. It's sort of like a bib shape, but one of those collars, like some of the references we had were wearing, but it's shaped as a star. So then we're getting further away from just being one-to-one copying Aztec styles, and we're sort of trying to relate it a little bit more to just being its own visual identity a little bit. I don't know about that neckline. But then I could put under that... Nope, maybe I can't. The crazy shoulder thing on this side. And we could still have something long and maybe tight on this arm. And this is an over-top layer. It seems like a lot of those garments cut off here, and maybe this layer underneath would be all leather again. So that way that's more modern. And maybe we can just see a zipper that's under here. So we're playing with the same shape. And then she could have the big bracelets, like I'm seeing in the references, like this. So that way we're keeping some combination of historic and modern sort of all throughout. This usually seems to have like some sort of like trim on it. Turn the opacity down so it's not so intense. And then she'll have her like cape that goes behind her. I gotta figure out an interesting shape for a cape, because otherwise I feel like it wouldn't add a lot either. I read last week that the ozone layer was better before the Industrial Revolution, but people can still get sunburned in the Stone Age. That's fair. The star color might look a little jestery. Oh no! You're right. Uh-oh. Hang on. How? There's some very interesting things to try and consider and combine here. Can I make a star-shaped collar that doesn't feel like a jester? I hope the headdress will get shrunken. I hope it won't, because it seems like that is... Well, I mean, it might get a little smaller, but large headdresses seem to be the way for Aztec references. So it could stay pretty big. I might change her hair a little bit in some of the shapes and proportions, but could change that just a little bit. Reading's a jester collar, okay. How else can I work with sharp shapes in that area that wouldn't feel like a jester collar? I could make the entire collar rounded and then put the star shape inside of it, maybe. Instead. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Hang on. Whoops, hang on. Go back. Wrong EG. Let's try this one. Like, we could leave it rounded, and then we could have an internal shape of star, although that may still be too jester-y. How do you make a star not feel like a jester? Is truly the question. Oh, wait. What if I shape it like her zipper? Because her zipper is not just like a regular star either. Her zipper is like a circle, but it's longer. And then the points go like this. And then you get one longer point here. Like that, almost? let's see, can I shape this out nicely? And then it gets like one really long one, so it feels more like a star than a jester type of collar, maybe? Does that work better, maybe? And then like that piece can be longer. And then it seems like they want her to have a collar of some sort. So we could give her some sort of like collar thing on her neck. That is maybe like her jacket collar. We can see her wearing underneath it. Is that less jestery? Is that on anyone's bingo? Are you guys playing character design bingo right now? Because that's actually so funny to me if you are. Playing character design bingo as EG attempts to design a character. There's definitely some complicated elements that we're gonna try and reconcile here. Oh, maybe this is where the zipper goes. Zipper goes on here, and then it has like elements like this on it that have the pattern work on them, and this is where the zipper goes, and it's a 3/4 zip instead. And then that can hang lower than the bottom of this. We can have a little tummy moment. There's some interesting like painting happening on the body of a couple of these references maybe that could be relevant for like the tummy region also. Gives lizard frill, which is good since dragons. Yeah, perhaps, okay. Little tummy out moment, because we still have to have a little bit of appeal. But I don't feel like this is that unprofessional, depending on how we handle the rest of it. Potentially. This does feel like it's reminiscent of the shapes I'm using up here a little bit, too. I think we could probably exaggerate that arm a little bit more if it had that, like, solar-y shape happening on it. Less gesture. It's almost read like a bib, but doesn't with the extra lines. Yeah, we'll have to flesh out patterns, but sometimes it does come down to the way you detail something. Honestly, I could probably exaggerate it a little more than I have right now, too. Like, that seems interesting. Pants. Pants. I might borrow... Xochi has this kind of, like, wrapped waist element that I might borrow because it feels like it's a modernization of it, where it has, like, some sort of, like, trim on it that I could use. Oh, wait, let me just fill the whole thing in, and then I could put the trim on it after, because then this isn't something that's like a skirt, essentially. I might need to drop the waistline, so that way that's not the same width. But then you get, like, a trim that goes around here and tells you what this is. It's Genshin, we gotta give it a little filigree at least, so I imagine there'd probably be some, like, there and there, probably too, and maybe, like, on the collar. And then we get pants. Although maybe I could, like, extend these down a little bit more. She prioritizes speed as far as her fighting style goes, so I don't know if I want to give her very much heavy armor, because that might kind of get in the way of being quick with it. And then we could still maybe give her, like, a long panel under here somewhere with maybe, like, some sort of, like, fire shape to it. I'm just playing around doing things right now. We'll see. Half of this is just for funsies. Is it looking pretty? Thanks! So she is the deity of gaze? Hell yeah! 20% sure aesthetics are fine with topless women, so a little tummy out should be fine. Yeah, so for as much as we may want her to feel, like, appropriate to be a leader or a ruler, we can lean into what was considered to be appropriate historically, as opposed to what we would currently consider to be appropriate for a ruler also. I don't know if I love this moment. Let's get rid of it. We'll try something else in its place. But I think we're onto something in the upper body right now. Legs. I still think I want her to wear her biker pants. But maybe she gets some sort of, like, boot thing that happens. Because I feel like her shoes were almost completely forgotten in this version. But here's her leg. I should just use my lasso fill for this. I don't always like using lasso fill when I'm doing this, because sometimes I end up with really weird shapes as a result of it. But there we go. And then these should, like, stick out off the edge a little more. And maybe she gets, like, some sort of, like, belts or something. You know what? I don't hate these cutouts, but I don't like where they are. So maybe if we're trying to modernize something, she could have, like, a cutout with, like, the fishnet on, like, the underside of her arm or something. on her shirt, or maybe she could have it like on the like inside or outside of her leg at the bottom, because that feels like it might be appropriate. And it also makes sense for the way that a garment would be constructed. Oh, we talked about tassels. Tassels, maybe. Gonna do boots like that one gang person from Pokemon Scarlet Violet? I don't know what you're talking about. I am unfamiliar. Maybe. I don't know. We will maybe find out at some point here. Fighting style, vehicular manslaughter. Nice. Look it up, it's hilarious. Well, what are they called? What's their name? Who are they? Do we have any further detail you can give me to Google them with? Because it could be a reference. Mela boots? Mela. Scarlet Violet. Just... Whoa! Those are crazy! You know what? I kind of love those, though. You know what I didn't do that would have probably been good for the research also? I may have to step us back for 1 second. I want to find just maybe like another fire-themed character or two, because I feel like I could be interpreting some motifs a little bit better. Perhaps. Liking this so far? Thanks! Ooh, there's some interesting like flamey tattoos on Mela also. Let me just look at some fire characters. These character designs are fire. But yeah, there's one to start with. Her boots are so campy, but I kind of love that. They're so intense. She looks like a funny little apple. Let me go back to the room so we can do a little bit more of that research together. This is what happens. Sometimes you realize you need another reference for something and you have to go find it. Also, the fact that I don't have a board for fire-themed character designs already is wild. So let me just we can make a board for it. Fire! I have an aquatic board, but I don't have a fire board. And I have like plant boards. Bennett's resort outfit might be a nice reference for in-game style. Okay. Oh, it's making some attempts at telling me what I want, but I don't know if it's succeeding. Fire Force? No, not quite. Not that type of fire. Interesting attempt, though. Nope, I don't like any of that. Let me just search for her. What was her name again? Mela? Ooh. Nope, I don't have her pinned. You're right, I don't have her. Her? Him? Them? Nope, you are not a slime. You are going to be fire. Thanks. Let's see, do we have anything else in here that feels relevant? If I look up, let me just look up fire Pokemon. Because Pokemon have a lot of very interesting motifs in them that could be relevant for bringing into this. Like, you have something interesting going on that could be relevant. I can put you in fire also. You are something very different culturally, but you could still be in this folder, helpfully. Whoa! Pokemon, what do you call them? Gajinkas might also be crazy for some inspiration. You know what? I don't think I have any of those in any of my folders yet. These might be good. Interesting. That cut of the shirt might be interesting too. Hang on. Oh, I don't want to give her the classic Genshin like cut-off sleeve thing, but we may end up there somehow, some way. But let me stick that in there too. Aww. Making Gajinka extra credit. I love doing that. It's one of my most enjoyed activities. I love turning inanimate objects or animals into fun things. I don't know if that's fire inspired. Let me see if there's... Let me just look up that also. Pokemon. I spelled that right? I think I did. Oh, look at that! That's a clown! Perfect, save that. This can go on my floral one. Oh, I have to do this later, or I'm just gonna start just Pinterest boarding. Accidentally. Do we have anything that's particularly fire inspired? If I just put fire in here too, maybe that'll help. Bam. That Chandelure one? Oh no, it's gone! But it was cool. That's interesting. A lot of these, I guess, are going to be thematically more aligned with Japanese styles because Pokemon is a Japanese game, but there may be still some elements we could borrow, perhaps. Honestly, this isn't bad for something fire-related. Grab that. Lies! You're not fire! Oh, but see, like, that's cool. You're more of a bird. Oh, flaming hair, flaming patterns. I don't know what's going on in some of these. Oh, that's cute, but not related. But I could put this in, like, my celestial folder. I'm getting distracted. I'm gonna have to recenter here. Oh, Pumpkaboo. Oh my god, they're so cute. There's so many good designs in here. Okay, we've diverged. I just need fire-themed characters. And then I'll look for fire fashion also to see if that pulls anything for me. I'll grab a cookie run, because why not? Ooh, the way that the bottom of your shirt is put together might be interesting, where it's sort of patterned in a fire-like way. Was there an Aztec region in Pokemon yet? I don't think there is. But don't quote me on that, because I have not been super up-to-date with Pokemon in the last, like, 5 years as far as games go. The last one I played was Moon. Could I search and send some fire Pokemon Gajinkas and live suggestions? Yeah, absolutely, if you want to. Go for it. I will accept all the help I can get looking for references, because usually I have infinite time to do it, but today I would like to spend more time drawing, if I can. Fire, how about fashion? All else fails, I might just look up fire motifs. Whoa! Oh no! We're gonna probably almost exclusively get like Guy Fieri type of fire stuff. Although this is actually not a bad idea. I might grab that. For like an interesting glove shape. Yeah, these are very campy, very Guy Fieri-y. Fire patterns. Although, you know what? For the fact that she's a motorcycler, some of those may actually work. Lava Club.
It's time to visit Flavor Town.
Yes, it is, Gary. We are in Flavor Town already, and it is delicious. Oh, that's kind of neat. That could maybe work. For my shoulder-like element I was going for the cape. Perhaps. And then the arm could be brown, and we could do something interesting with the cut there, too. This is a Twitch TOS violation, and we're going to pretend like it isn't. It's not me. I'm not wearing it. This is not a real person. This is just an image. So don't worry about it. Send some characters and live suggestions. Thanks! Thank you! I appreciate it. Oh, Bennett has some resort wear. Favorite fire-inspired ones. Oh, some dragons with some interesting stuff going on. Ah, some wings. Okay. And here's Bennett. I feel like you didn't do enough here. Although that little thing on the collar may be interesting. Let me copy that. For that. Also, I don't know why. I'm not cropping everything the way I should be anymore, because I've given up on cropping. Crop that in. There we go. Oh, you can't see me. Terrible, evil, horrible hand gesture to crop something. Actually, that neckline I'll keep also. We'll keep your collar probably almost exclusively. Although your pants are actually kind of interesting, too. Get rid of your head, though. Don't need that. Not where you're going. There we go. Only violation if it's on the streamer, literally. Yes. So if I look at art, especially something that's considered like first-party art from a game or something, and that violates the TOS, yeah, it's fine. Also, as long as I don't hang out too long on any of the images that seem like they could be violations, I will be fine. They're usually not gonna get you for something that's just like a very brief moment. If it's not you. If it is you, then they will get you. But if it's just like an image, they might not. Oh, perfect. Stick that right there. Oh, okay. Was there anything more in here that I was gonna grab? Let me see. Ah. Oh, this fella's kind of interesting. The feathers as little like tufts kind of are interesting too. I'll stick that in here. What? I'm gonna shrink you because I'm feeling like we're gonna end up less like you the longer we do this. There we go. Okay, let me crop it a little bit, and then we'll get back to designing. Tassels. Head is maybe not necessary. There we go, that's good. Okay, back to the drawing board, I say. Which sounds like we're going back and not moving forward with the design process, but we're gonna progress. Now we'll progress. Okay, there we go. Got my references updated for this, and now we're good. Okay, back at it again. And let me teleport us back into a better room. Oh, there is the Golden Cheese Kingdom. If we're looking for stuff from Cookie Run,
From
that
what
may be
I
an
know,
option.
Twitch cares about if you show it on stream, but no if you talk about an SFW. YouTube, however, doesn't mind if you show it if you mark the video or stream 18+, but they will demonetize you if you talk about it.
Ah, I know that the enforcement between YouTube and Twitch is somewhat inconsistent. Or, like, they don't really enforce things the same, unfortunately. Like, you could be doing something that's totally within the TOS of one platform, but not the other, and therefore get in trouble. So that is the danger of multi-streaming. I don't like this hip element that's happening right now. We will attempt a redesign for this. I don't hate the interesting pattern she has on one side of her body. So that might be something that wouldn't be the worst to have come back. Maybe we do, like, a tied element over one hip. Because I see that on the one Aztec design, where there's, like, a thing that's like this, and then there's, like, two pieces that kind of come out like this, as, like, a belt, almost, from it. So then that could be the Aztec reference for the waist area instead. Just to upset people, I could leave a full body underneath zipper down here, but at least it's not attached to the upper half of her design. And then you still could have some sort of, like, detail work. Oh, maybe, wait, hang on. Your pants don't need to have an even hemline on them either. You could have something that's like that, and then still have some sort of, like, hip design that comes down your leg. Like that, maybe. Not the worst. I'm not hating this yet. Give me a chance, and I will, maybe. Can add a sarong for the patterns? A sarong? Oh, just for what the patterns look like. Sure. If you have a pattern on something that you like, you can send that also. But I may end up designing a pattern. Where is my drawing? Hello? There we go. Okay. So. There's some things working here, but I'm gonna iterate again before I start trying to lock something down. Hat, I think, is fine. I'm still not sold on the elements happening in this area of the body. And what do I want to do about that? What can I try new that I hadn't tried yet? I'm gonna try and leave her old top alone, which we tried already. What if I don't change her in this area? Oops, darker. There we go. What if I don't change her in this area? And she still gets to have, like, some sort of, like, maybe, like, cropped jacket? Maybe she gets this thing. And then she has two sleeves, but only one side has this thing on it. And we can still give her, like, a flare sleeve, maybe, but then we'll maybe cut the sleeve open along one edge like I had before, because then that gives her better mobility. And maybe we could suspend this pattern that, like, zigzags back and forth in the area where her sleeve is open, perhaps. This thing on her shoulder. What's happening here? Oh, it's just on a background versus not. I think we've lost the biker motif at the moment. Yeah, that's why I'm going back a little bit. So we could come back here. We could leave her top half like this, maybe, and still have that as a cutout. We could give her... I'm gonna crop this shorter, so then we could still maybe have... Oh, wait, hang on. This is her chest. This is bare. But... well... Hang on, I'm thinking. Because, like, I wanted to put her little, like, charm thing in still, maybe. We could make it cropped, and then she could be wearing something underneath that is more akin to the Aztec fashion. But the Aztec fashion all trends towards crop tops also. So I feel like I might need to make it open, but could I, like... If that was wider, we could leave it open, and then it's sort of like a negative space collar, but then it still feels like biker-y, and then maybe we can see that she does have something of, like, that style of shirt on underneath that's, like, tighter here, but she is wearing a crop top. I'll fix the shape of it so it's more like my other rendition, so it doesn't feel quite so jester-y. But since it's not actually fabric, maybe it wouldn't feel too jester-y, you know? Because maybe this is like the open collar. And then we get some of that pattern work in the trim, and some of those Aztec pieces of clothing have like little like spiky things on like the edges of the fabric, like that, which might be interesting. And I feel like that's getting us back into biker. And then this has that like pattern down it. I did like the bracelet I had, so maybe we can have the bracelet on underneath, especially if we cut that out so we can see through it. Very pro this outfit. I think we're getting somewhere with this one. I think it's moving in the right direction. Mixing cowboys with Aztec clothing, some of the other designs could have leaned more into that. Maybe. So then she does still have a collar on, which... Is there like... Oh, we could maybe make her collar, if she's wearing like a smaller collar up here. This could have some of the Aztec style patterning on it. In it, so then we're getting that reference in the upper body. This charm here, it seems like there is some level of like tasseling that often goes with those types of charms. So maybe she gets like some sort of tassel attached to that charm, because I see Xochitl has that, and then the other, I wish I knew what her name was. What is her name? The other Aztec VTuber I have in my chart. I don't have, I cropped her in such a way where I can't tell what her name is. It's terrible and evil, and I should credit her. Cosmic Chaya. Chaya? I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right, but she also has some element that like dangles right there too. So that I think is moving in the right direction. And then for the lower body, I will tell you a secret, which is that I hate designing pants. A lot of the time, I hate designing pants. I think it is one of the elements that I struggle the most with in character design. I've gotten a lot better with shoes though. I hope you're all proud of me. I used to be way worse with shoes, but I've kind of figured shoes out a little bit. Pants tend to be a struggle just because there's not always that much you can do with them that is all that interesting, you know? Had a dip for a bit. I'm liking this so far. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. I feel like my original pants idea, I couldn't do with the sleeves if the sleeves are going to flare. So if I flare the sleeves, can't do it. You know what I'm also gonna look at? I want to look at what Bernice looks like, because I don't want to accidentally make Bernice from ZZZ. Is that her name is spelled? It's not. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm nowhere near designing her. Thank God. Okay. She's just another fire-themed black and red character who's wearing biker attire. And I think it's actually be pretty easy to avoid looking like her. I think I can avoid this quite effectively. Okay, good. I was a little worried for a second. Yeah, I'm not even close. I'm not even close at all. Okay. Top. I think this top is a winner so far. And then we also need the cape, because I do think that a cape is going to be very useful, and that might also be a good area to put some, like, Aztec style, like, textile, perhaps? You know? Cape. 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 And I know that they love their back elements in Genshin design also. So the shape of this would probably be nice if it related to fire or to some sort of Aztec pattern work. And the skirt that we just looked at her name. What is her name again? I can't think of it now. I don't remember her name. Cosmic Chaya is wearing has this like interesting like point element at the bottom. And I wonder if I could repeat that in a way that feels like flame along the bottom edge of it. You know? And I'm gonna make it like really cascade off to one side because this is a character illustration and it doesn't have to be relating to physics. It'll be more interesting if I make it like go like this essentially and flow with her pose. Although maybe it would make more sense if it was going the other way. We'll figure that out. But cape of some sort. Edna mode has left my system. Capes are permitted now. So that'll go back behind the hair. Layering is often a good idea. And then this back here could have maybe some sort of pattern work on it, where it seems like there's like dots and circles and other things like that. And then you could have like the zigzags that relate to the region. So we get more of that in here. Yeah. Take a bit of inspo from her past outfit with the mullet skirt thingy and then combine it with the first skirt idea. Mullet skirt? What is a mullet skirt? Do you mean a skirt that's short in the front and long in the back? What do you mean? Are you telling me to look at her original concepts? Mullet skirt. Mullet skirt? Oh, she's wearing a dress that is kind of like open in the front, but wait, hang on. Oh, wait, I'm gonna be doing other things. Hang on. This is why we're gonna play around with stuff. Let me duplicate this top and change it. The one of her older references that I think is working better is the one that has this sort of like panel-like jacket that's longer, because that feels very elegant and it feels like something that would be worn by somebody who has some element of power going on. Although I don't want to get this too far away from being a crop top. Although maybe it would just be open? Like it's not zipped up? Oh, but then the zipper not being in the center. Pencil skirt, front long dress back? Oh! Would it be too crazy to give her hip flounces that are just like really long? What game was it that we were joking around about the hip capes in? What was that? Maybe they're onto something with hip capes. Because then I could put that pattern work with like these thingies on this element. Swimwear stream, was that it? No. Cape on fire. We can make the cape fiery, but her hair is already on fire, so I don't know if we need to make other elements on fire. I'm not using the greatest of shapes. Yuna from Final Fantasy X2 has something like that. Yeah, but there's someone else. It may have been, I wonder if it was Arknights. It might have been Arknights. But like then she could have like a multiple panel thing happening back here that has that style of design on it, and this is more fabric as opposed to being leather. And then that way she can still wear her like leather pants under it. I feel like this is getting somewhere. Maybe. Maybe. And then if she still has her like really like biker-y pants on underneath it, then that would feel effectively like it matches that stylization. Are there belts I could look at? Pretty, but would it work in 3D? The fact that I'm splitting it all the way up would actually make it work much easier in 3D, because it can pivot from all the way at the top, so then it wouldn't be as much of a risk at clipping through things. So making them separate panels might be the best option, and, you know, they love separate panels, maybe. Design kind of reminds me of Pokemon. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Very cool, pretty Hoyo-coded. Okay. I think that means I'm doing something right. I don't want to disrespect the styles that they usually work in, because I want it to still feel like something that would fit in that world. They love a nice splits type of situation. I don't know if I want to put one in the front, though. Although if I put one in the front... Oh, wait. I'm so smart. Hang on. Shorter one in the front, and then it's that Aztec, whatchamacallit? It's the other skirt. Now it's a skirt that's front and the back. Ah! Shroommates, now it's a design that it's front and the back. No! God, my English language has fallen apart. It's the, like, lower half of body thing that the Miku is wearing. And then she could wear her leather pants under it. Oh, I'm losing my mind. And then it gets trim on the top edge and around the edges of certain elements, so that way we can tell that it's clearly Hoyoverse design here. And then like maybe those go underneath this actually. But it's not a full skirt, so it's not going to cause a rigging problem probably. And then this thingy in the front will be designed however it's designed, but then it has like the like stripe on it or whatever. And then she still wears leather biker pants underneath. Front and the back, that's just wearing pants backwards. That is unfortunately what was happening. But yeah, hang on. I think we're getting somewhere. And then if she still has her biker pants, if I make this less dark, I can make the pants also appear. I need to design shoes still. This is gonna be really dark for a minute. Oh, because that'll be fabric, then this will be darker. Because that doesn't have to be super dark color, perhaps. Biker shorts might be an idea since the bottom's already pretty detailed. That's fair, but I kind of want to leave her... I don't hate the fact that she's wearing those, and I want to still have this be reminiscent of her original design. But I'm not going to put a ton of detail on them. They'll just look like this, and maybe have, like, something that describes the texture of the fabric to us. We're already showing some skin up here. We don't have to show skin down here either. We don't have to have both. Pants. And then maybe she just gets, like, the leg slit in here that then repeats the zigzag texture. And she can keep something that's similar to her current boots, where they're, like, not a super tall boot. Oh, it would have a heel, though, probably, because this is the universe it is. Here's a weird question. If I just made her boots continuous and connect to her upper body, would people be mad about that? That's something that I don't hate as like just a design trope where the boots kind of are the pants. Like it's all one piece, or like it's almost like they're just sort of fused or sitting underneath. But that might be a good way of making less information down here, potentially. Not me? Okay. Would you all be bothered? Would you be angry with me if I did that? And we pretend that these are just sort of like full length something or other. Cosplayers would riot. Well, they're still boots. It's like the Miku situation where like it's definitely just like something that's sitting over the top part of the foot, or maybe it goes into the boot or something, but it just looks like one continuous thing. Archon has one long boot. Hoyo would do it. Okay. Cool. Noted. Thank you. Alternatively, I may just put the like whoops. The thingamabob that goes like this around here, and then you just have like a really little tiny like ankle boot maybe that goes like that in that area. And I feel like I don't hate that either. Thrashing. Furious. Pissed. I'm angering all the shroommates today. Okay. I think there's something here. I think this is kind of working. I want to push some things around a little bit. I feel like this could be shorter where this is happening. Just so that we can emphasize length of legs, as I know this universe is wont to do. I think that's her hair underneath her legs, which is causing confusion there. We're gonna do what I call the push and pull stage now, where I just liquefy everything until I like it. So like this could probably have more flow to it for an illustration's sake. Bam, beautiful, great, love that. Pick that up a little bit more. Make this have some sort of interesting underneath shape to it for the pose. I imagine her hair would probably be better if it wasn't directly behind her. We could like push her hair out behind her this way. Oh, doing this, I wouldn't give her a cape anymore. I feel like I'm okay with not giving her a cape, but then the little fuzz thing on her shoulder doesn't make as much sense. Would I want to nix the fur shoulder? I feel like I'd need something else that has fur on it then. Do you have a Discord server? I do! Exclamation point Discord. Liquefy, are you putting her in a blender? Oh, the blender has finally arrived to stream. We finally have achieved liquefying. We finally have achieved blending. So her hair would be like over here doing something probably. Just to make things more complicated, but that's okay. But then I'll have to worry about it behind her body so bad. There we go. Very fiery hair. Probably like one that comes through there or something maybe. Blender, where's the default cube? Right here. And don't worry, I'll even give you a camera. Or wait, this is a light source. And then I think they put the camera like right here. There we go. Now it's Blender. Blender, we hardly know her. Oh my god, we're so distracted now. Okay. I feel like I need to put some more thought into the headdress situation, because I think that is the least handled right now in the design. Oh, and I want to give her back her little sleeve thingies that are happening at the bottom here too. Because I do still need to put this within the realm of detail that I think would make it possible for this to show up in a Hoyoverse title. So like, she can still have her big like gold block at the bottom of her sleeve, potentially, and she can still have some of those like buttoned elements on like the back of her arm maybe. I don't hate those, but they'll just be the same colors the fabric is, so it's not overwhelming. And then if I'm doing that, we could bring some other details back in her body maybe. Distracted? Me? Who, me? Couldn't possibly be. Didn't make the Blender Cube Aztec themed. SMH. Oh, come on, wait, hang on, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Where is it? How do I make a cube Aztec themed? That's my question. Is it on the hair layer? It is. Okay. How do I make a cube Aztec themed? I'm gonna give it the collar with the zigzag. See? Aztec themed. What else can I do? It's got the little, like, waist thingy it's wearing. Sure. Great. And it's got a little headdress on. That looks like this. Now it's Aztec themed. There you go. I've done a cube character design for us now. I can successfully say I designed one character. A cube. Oh, Nephro, welcome back for 3 months. Should have done the keys on this. That's okay. Don't worry about it. But welcome back. Hope you've enjoyed rotating with us for your several months you have already, and I hope you continue to enjoy, I guess, volleyball now. Enjoy sport. Why? Why what? Why character design the Blender Cube? Don't know. Because why not? Because we have to have some sort of side quest today. Okay. This, lots of potential. Lots of potential. Lots of potential. Oh, wait. Repeating elements. Can I get another one of those? Can I get another tassel somewhere? Because I have them on here. Where else could I put a tassel? Maybe those would be tassels. Maybe there'd be tassels on the bottom of this instead, and maybe they're like singed on the ends. It is now hour 3 of stream. That's true. I did start drawing before hour 3 of stream though, which is good. Does is good. Does is very good, e.g. Would you say that designing the Aztec Cube helped you describe the keys of Aztec clothing? Yes. It is always good to do a sort of like chibi style attempt for something. Oh, and wait, for the shoes, I can bring back my other shoe design elements I had. Because the shoes I had as a reference have like a buckly thing across here, and I could stylize them similarly to those thingies I'm putting on the sleeves, which would be good. This is a callback to the sleeves already, which is good. These are on the inside, these are on the inside. Tassel needs to go somewhere else, because we can't just have one of something. There has to be 2. And I imagine the best location for more of them might be if I put, like, I could maybe put one here, although that might be weird. These things down here could be tassels, maybe instead. And maybe if I design a tassel that feels like fire-y, maybe that would be good. Sometimes I'll do these little, like, cutaways of, like, oh, here's my object that we're designing for. So, like, that feels a little bit ghost-like. If I... Hang on, cut something out of it like that. And round it out. Does that feel kind of fire-like? Let's see, hang on. And then if this is actually just like made of like strands of something and we can see that there's like something like that happening. How do these work? Are they like a traditional tassel? Let me see. No, they're like behind something. Oh wait, is it even tassel? It might actually just be fabric. Oh, it's just fabric. It's not actually tassels. So I could just design this as being a piece of fabric then. Those two little things. It seems like they have like a little bit of a wobble in the edge, so I could just like have something that's sort of like fire-y. Hang on, let me just make a new layer that is just for motif design real quick. And serious though, I do like how the post-critique design came out definitely better than before. What do you mean? For this design we're looking at so far? Shroommate's giving me critique? Sure. I do think that having feedback from all of you definitely helps with the design process, because otherwise I'd be like, Billy, hey! Or I'd have to sleep on it and then come back and try and figure out what I'm doing with it. And now I don't have to do the sleep on it and wait process, which is nice. But things that might be good, I need to figure out the little things, which are shaped like this normally, and they're like dark on the top and light on the bottom. This is the thing I was calling a tassel, but it isn't. It's like a piece of fabric that's behind something there. Can I make this fire-like in nature? If I go like this, we could still cut it off at like a hard line, but then this is the part that's white, maybe? Whoa, that's not a liquefy tool. Hang on, so like that might be good to have. Why are my brushes so big as a reference? There we go. And then this would all be colored in, and I'd probably pinch the top together a little bit more. Yep, okay. There we go. So like that could be valid as a motif. We gotta figure out where to put all the diamonds, because we need those definitely for the pattern work that relates to Natlan and the area. Thereabouts. Oh, wait. I could probably redesign this thingy a little bit to have a little bit more of the Aztec style like pattern on it. Let me look at this just real quick too. So like the base design of it is like this. Longer here, shorter. But then if I make this bigger, I'm looking at some of the jewelry in some of the references here, and it seems like there's a stylization that is like almost like filigree-like, and if we make things have like little rounded bits to them, it might not feel as modern too. So like shape that in, and then if I were to show you like the internal shape of something, maybe it'd be like these are actually something that's like that, as opposed to being so sharp and modern, you know? I have added more detail to an element that wasn't super detailed, but I'll probably make it a little bit bigger in my version of the design because I can't help it. I am just an exaggerator when it comes to designing. Also, I think we push these in just like a little bit more. Round that out. This isn't terrible. Sleepy time. Enjoy your snark, me-me-me's. Thank you for hanging out. Hang on, I gotta make this longer again. And then like this one would probably be like that or something. I feel like there's something here. I would definitely have to clean it up a good bit, but like I feel like this could be a rework of the zipper. And then we have the thing I just made just now that goes under it. You get two of these that are the super like flamey bits of cloth. down here like this, and then this gets filled in. I don't hate this as an object, and I feel like this is doing the things I need it to mostly. Okay. This go here. Perfect. Too long, but like, okay. Got the right idea. And this is sort of how I end up chunking things apart sometimes. Sometimes I'll just design little bits of pieces of things until I'm happy with something, and then I'll throw them all in, and then I'll homogenize them at the end. But let me just start trying to make this make sense a little better. Let me stick this all in a folder and try and consolidate it down to some lines, so we can at least maybe at some point put some color on this before I end stream in an hour. So this. Now, it's not gonna be purple anymore. We're now gonna make it a different color. So I can tell what it is. So this is gonna be blue now. Yay! Visibility! So, things that I definitely think are going to stay. I think we're gonna keep some sort of neck element here. This is too intense. There we go, that's better. Some sort of neck element here. Maybe it still gets some sort of like sharp thing on it, but the way that some of these elements are designed is like piece here, thing like this, dot, thing like this, dot, thing like that, and then we get one here also. And looking at the or not calendar, was it a sundial thing? And that's where I'm pulling this pattern from. And then you get some sort of thing in here. Maybe if we use something that feels like fire-like or something, I'm just gonna put some sort of shape in it for now. So it exists, and maybe there's like something. Collar. E.g., what would you say are the main themes of this design, and would you say that you fulfilled those design aspects? Biker, I think, is a main visual theme that we need to have fulfilled, and I think that is working. I think Aztec reference, because that is related to the region that she is ruling over, that's here, that's working, I think. Fire, I think, is something that I'm still trying to make work better, but I'm gonna flesh that out more with the motifs, I believe. I think the only thing that I'm not sure I'm nailing is personality, where she is somebody who comes across maybe as somewhat strict, but is very fun-loving. I think I've got some of the elements of being a little bit more tomboyish and athletic working somewhat in this, but I'm not sure yet. We'll see. It'll continue to be modified as it's fleshed out. Are you asking me that because you think I'm not hitting them? Do you think there's a way I could hit one of them better? Is that why you're asking? Why do they induce psychic damage? Just because they're ineffective. That's the reason why the designs induce psychic damage. They could be more effective, and then as a result, not induce psychic damage to me. You know? Also, I made her cleavage huge. Why did I do that? I guess I was just more focused on, Ooh, wait, I didn't really think this through. Hang on. How does this work functionally as a garment? Does that go behind her, like this, maybe, I guess? Kind of. No, just what, to know what you're thinking of the design. Ah, okay. I'm not sure I've solved everything quite yet. I think there's some things that haven't been completely solved. I don't know if her personality is reading correctly yet. But that may be something that I'll be able to determine and modify for later. And I don't have to do it right this second. Because right now I'm just trying to get, like, big shapes to work. Like, I don't want her collar to feel too witch-like. So I have to make sure that's not happening. Like, if her collar's nice and chunky, then it'll probably work a little better. Go longer. And then I was gonna give it all these little, like, spikes. So if I make them round, it'll feel, like, gestury. Because that was something that the other reference had. Although I'm making them much smaller now than they were before. This isn't like a final pass. This is just like a little bit of like a cleanup almost, so I can see what is happening a little better. Here's her zipper. Which is like this, and then has some like funky stuff going on with it. Sure, that's fine. Tassels, I think, are going to be too big right now, so I may have to turn those down, but we'll see what this looks like from a distance in a second. Yeah, that whole element might just be entirely too big. I always thought they look cool, but have no idea what they actually are supposed to represent. She's like a big important guy. She is. She is the big important guy for her region, and she is in a fantasy styled game and does not seem fantasy-esque. This design makes her seem more chaotic, but that maybe is because of the silhouette. That's fair. I'm able to turn down the chaotic elements of the silhouette a little bit if it feels too chaotic for her personality. She seems to be a somewhat orderly person. She likes puzzles, and she likes things that, like, challenge her mind. And I feel like this is too aggressive, almost. Maybe I do need to make these not sharp. Maybe we don't need a detail on this area. Maybe they could be the circles that I had before. Because if I make the shape language too sharp, she'll feel dangerous, and I don't want that for her. But let me look at some of the other pattern work that I can use to fill this, because it seems like there's usually, like, a tiered element. Yeah, okay, so there'd probably be, like, double lined the trim in here. These would probably have to sit a little higher on the shoulder, or I may have to move them down, one or the other, because they're kind of weird. They're tangent with the top of her shoulder right now, so I'll move them down. I feel like she feels a little bit too evil in silhouette right now. Hang on. Brief of her personality would describe her as extremely loyal to her duties and responsibilities. She also has very strong self-sacrificing tendencies and was willing to sacrifice her life for achieving her goals. Ah, okay. Maybe if I give her this thingy that is like the star element over her shoulder, maybe we could see it like behind her on the other side? I don't know. I feel like something's not quite working yet. I think I've made her too sharp in her shape language. I need more squares. We need her to feel dependable and trustworthy. I think it wasn't meant to be that long anyway. Hang on. This might have needed to be shorter, and I just can't see what's going on. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be like in here maybe, and then we could see her crop top under it, perhaps. And I'll cinch this in just a little bit so we can see that edge. But that's a squared edge, which is good. Maybe I need her collar to be more square somewhere. So I'll think about that. I think her sleeve will be something that squares off her design a little bit. And she's got these like big chunky gold elements at the bottom of them. Oh, wait, I think I can actually see what they were referencing for her sleeves. It seems like her sleeves, having these things down here, are somewhat reminiscent of some Aztec clothing design elements, which is interesting. Something there. To make it more similar to them, I think we could just do like, they've got these like big like dot-like things they put on them. And that might help. Her jacket is open like this, and then we have, or not jacket, her sleeve is open, and then you get the zigzaggy thing going down through, and then maybe there's probably like some sort of like trim along this edge if I know how Genshin works. I'm feeling less and less good about the collar the longer I work on this, because I feel like it makes her appear too villainous. I think this is too villainous of a collar. So I may have to come back for the collar again for another pass. But let me just clean everything up a little bit more and see if I'm still feeling that way after I have the rest of her design in, because it might change once I give her her hair. Like, nicely. Nice hair really can do a lot for a design sometimes. And I think I've already over-detailed her collar that she's wearing here. Just a little too much. I may just change the style of the collar entirely to match something else in her design too. It's like I might match it to whatever I end up doing with that, which I haven't figured out yet. But too intense, too intense. The bike is something she got made in present day. I don't think the bike would be from 500 years ago. No, but I know she is 500-ish years old. She is quite old, as are all of the godlike fellas in her, or in the game. Let me see. Okay. There's usually like two colors here, so we'll do like an orange-red split on the bottom edge of that, perhaps. I might drop the waistline of this just a little bit. Oh, and if I do this, I might modify the bottom edge of this to reference those, but that might just be too much repetition of that shape in the center. Okay, and then there's also like a red thingamabob that might go here too, if we're referencing the Aztec clothing. So red thingamabob, fabric. I think we should be able to see her pants above it, maybe just a little bit. So there's something black in there. Uh-oh, message got auto-modded. Jostle Moobot. Jostle him. Jostle him. How could he? She. They. Does Moobot have a gender? I don't know if Moobot has a gender. Actually not that old. She was in stasis. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Okay, and if this is an actual arc, back part would be like in there somewhere. We'll deal with that later. Let me pull this down a little bit so that I could show her pants a little bit in there. Maybe, and then she has these thingamabobs that still have some trim on them. Maybe there's a way I could design the trim to be interesting. We can see the fabric is like gathering in this area. Here's that trim thingamabob. I've made it way thicker on one side than the other. That's okay. I feel like this is a little bit disjointed right now too. I'm not really sold. Sometimes it takes a while to get to the solution. There were a lot of things to try and put together for her, so I'm not sure I'll even have a design that I'm thrilled with by the end of the stream. There's that thing. I'm not really drawing cleanly anymore, which I should stop doing. I'm supposed to be refining just a little bit so I can have a better idea. Then I need to draw with more intent if I'm doing that. There we go. TLDR, she was born 500 years ago. Stuff happened. She formed a plan to defeat the big bad, but the plan couldn't come together, so she sacrificed herself to be reborn into the present. They aren't actually gods, are they? I think they're just humans that switch out every couple hundred years, which is why she sent herself to the future. Oh. I've seen them referred to as being gods. She's the god of war, is what the wiki lists her as, which I thought was interesting. But maybe they're not? I don't know. I'm definitely not an expert in any of this. You all probably know way more than I do. So this would be back here. I want there to be a flow like that, probably along this edge, maybe, if we're drawing something that's like nice splash art. Come on, you can draw a good S-curve, EG. You got this. Yeah, there we go. Watching the stream is dug up Inferno from Promare from the depths of my memory. Oh, I love Promare! Oh my god, I love Promare so much. Promare was foundational to me in college. I love Promare so much. I think some of the designs are so fun. The way that they use so many bright colors with all those otherwise like really super dark designs is so neat. I love Promare. Also, the one song in Promare was very much my like hype song when I was trying to get work done when I was in grad school too. What is it? How does it go? Oh no, I can't think of how it goes. I haven't listened to it in so long. Oh wait, that's the title given to gods, but their origins differ. Some are gods like Zhongli and Raiden. Some were just elemental beings, Venti, and Pyro Archons are humans. Every Pyro Archon has been human. Yes, because they get to be Archon because they proved themselves worthy in a trial. I have learned. Nexus? One of the other ones I don't remember? She is, but she was born human. The others are either divine creatures or spirits. Okay. I'm feeling an oncoming delete my art coming, so we're gonna hold off on deleting my art for a second. I'm not satisfied. I feel like the motifs don't work right now. There's not enough repetition for me. These are the shoe things, like that, and then she'll have like a buckle or something on here. And then there's the zigzag, hang on, cutout in here. Whoops, it wouldn't be like that. It would be like this because we're going around the other side of the body a little bit. Letting go, it's not a bad thing. Sometimes we need to try something fresh. And I'm not sure I'm sold on what was going on here yet. But you know what I'm just gonna do? Before I start getting too frustrated with any of it, is I'm gonna draw her hair. Because I think that's the predominant thing that's making this a struggle, is the fact that she doesn't have hair, and the hair isn't fleshed out, and it feels weird. Because I feel like I can use some of the shapes in her hair to guide what is happening with everything else. There we go. I'm not gonna do like a perfect job of hair, but we're just gonna have hair. Her hair comes like this, and she's got a long piece. I may like wavy her hair up a little bit more because her hair feels like really straight. I feel like they really like giving characters super straight hair, and I'm not sure that that benefits her really as much as it could, because if we make her hair wavier, it might feel a little bit more fire-like. And then she's got these like really big points out here that I want to keep. And her head is like really tall, but I didn't really keep it that tall because I, for some reason, didn't. Move those down. Yeah, that's fine. And then it goes like this or something, and then like this. You know what is one thing I do think is maybe slightly effective about her hairstyle too, is that it's really tight at the top and then gets much wider towards the bottom. So like I might try and like flip some of these shapes around in here a little bit, so that way the bulk of her hair's weight can go at the bottom then. It's like we'll give her a little bit of width around like the top of her head. Her ahoge I may have made a little too big compared to how it actually is and compared to what would make sense for a character of this proportion style. There we go, that's a little better. And then we'll make her hair more interesting towards the bottom. Is it PG-13 stream? What was said? What was said? What was said that wasn't PG-13? Shroommates, be good. Don't be committing non-PG-13s, please, I'm begging you. Also, I don't know where's her hair? There we go. So it seems like we've got, whoops, something in here that'll turn up at the edge, and I'll give her like a little another one on there. And then that's like its own piece, and then we have a piece that's like that, and then over here I'm just gonna give her like a little bit, like we can see it going behind her. That's fine. And then her hair is like really wide here and has some really big negative space bits in it too. So there's hair. Now she's not bald, so now I can't be mad at her anymore. That's the head that I didn't use for her. I was gonna draw her facing an angle. I feel like she's too evil. We've gotten too evil. How do I make her less evil? Less sharp shape language. Although she still has that much sharp shape language here. Maybe she does still feel evil. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Hang on. Delete your art. I'm gonna step this back a second. Get rid of that, because that was too much. That, I feel like the legs are fine. I think the jacket is what's still not working for me. Let me try again. Let's try again on jacket. Because I think the collar being so sharp feels too, like, it feels witchy to me, which is bugging me. It's witchy. I don't want her to feel witchy. What other way can I use a star in the upper body that doesn't feel like a jester's collar? Stars. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go open my celestial Pinterest boards also to see if I can find something better. You know what? This is not where I expected to get stuck. I actually thought the collar was gonna be the easiest part because I already liked it. But I think that's what's causing the problem, is that I already like it. Hang on, come back here for a second. Make the tube top you just gave her a star. I might. Let me just look in my celestial pin area to see if I have anything that's shaped in an interesting way that would be useful. I just pinned something in it. There we go. Okay, let's see. No. Oh, wait, hang on. We could do asymmetrical, maybe. Hang on. Maybe asymmetry? That's on top, but maybe that could be like a cutout or something. And I could go back to the asymmetrical design for her having one sleeve, perhaps. Although I feel like without the very particular, like, Aztec style collar, it doesn't feel as Aztec, unfortunately. So we may have to keep thinking about that. Let's see, moons. This contains a lot of stuff that's moons also. It's kind of funny. Four-pointed stars. That's kind of anime-y. That's kind of interesting as a cutout, but I don't know if that would work. I'm gonna steal it anyway, because why not? Removing the collar did make it look disco style instead, I won't lie. Well, I would replace the collar with something else. The problem is just, I don't think that the collar was working for shape language. I think she was reading as evil. We need more square types of shapes and more, like, arcs, maybe. It needs to feel like it has a little more whimsy. It felt too evil. That's crazy, but wouldn't relate at all to the stylizations we're using. Or would it? Or could I put a collar over this? Hang on. I'm collecting a ton more things. Now just based around trying to figure out exclusively only what is happening in her upper body. Because I think the lower body more or less makes sense and is doing what I want it to. But now I have to wrestle with her collar on her shirt. Maybe because it seems too soft for a jacket, like she's wearing one of those pajama shirts. It just didn't seem right. It didn't seem thick enough. Maybe it was just because of the way I'd rendered the material. It didn't come across correctly. But let me just see if I can find anything else that might... Ooh! Wait, something like that might be interesting if I need something for her pants, though. If I need some sort of cutout. That's an interesting, like, panel design element. Because why not? Pinterest, I wish you'd stop doing this and jumping to the top. Scroll down. That's a cool earring. I don't hate her earrings, but that might be interesting and take up less space. Although, actually, we can't even see her ears, can we? Oh, no, we can! We can see her ears. I'll keep that. I'll hold on to that. Oh, wait, hang on. This feels like it's similar to the design that is on her collar when she was young, and also to the neck of that one dragon. We'll take that. Maybe also with me. I'm going on a side quest right now. Classic Genshin style. I'm not sure if I'll find anything else useful in here. But that seemed like it may have been a good start. That's a cool hairstyle, but has nothing to do with this design. Okay, we'll see what I can do with what I've now obtained. Oh, it does feel disco-y without that. If I cover this, I'm gonna leave her zipper where it was. Let me see. Let me fill... Is there a way I could, like... Let me see. That's kind of weird. No, I don't know about that. I think the jacket it has to be a jacket. It kind of has to be a jacket, because that's our shorthand for this being biker. Has to be a jacket. Has to be a jacket. Do I just commit to it not being star-shaped, unfortunately? Oh, wait. Maybe. If this part is star-shaped, but the inside part of the collar isn't, like if this is the shape, and then there's like something that goes around like that, and then this goes in here. This still feels kind of like witch-like. Oh, because I'm leaving space for a collar that isn't real and doesn't exist. What if it was a four-pointed star? We could do that, but I feel like that is getting away from the stylization of the star that I thought was effective. Having the star be represented like that feels unique. That way you can't do a more round collar. Go back to my one I had here. Duplicate it. If I point the inside of it, but not the outside of it, would that work better, maybe? So, like, that could be pointing in there, but then this is, like, a squared shape out here? Like a more traditional collar, maybe? If the inside doesn't reflect the outside? Asymmetrical jacket, and the flap is a large star. That was one of the things I'd considered before. Let me erase everything happening here right now in this region and want me to start over on a shirt because let's see. We were talking about having one on one side, and I feel like there could be something to a star that's like almost like this across the chest, or maybe this connects up here and then comes back in or something, and then this is like the one-sided biker jacket thing. Hang on. That's too much. Okay, there we go. One-sided biker jacket with like the big spiky thing on sleeve. And then I could still have a zipper on it somewhere, probably. That could still have that iconography on it. Maybe we get like a diagonal zipper that's like here on that side. I could like deepen her neckline, maybe. Don't worry, she'd be wearing a shirt under this. She's got something on under it. But like that, maybe? Stars around an exposed shoulder? Maybe. Like, this shoulder isn't exposed on the side here. Hang on. Drop that a little bit lower. And then maybe this is like some very strange way of designing a jacket. Because, like, that goes up over the shoulder. She's got some sort of shirt on under it. Perhaps. That maybe has this shape in it? I feel like I've lost the plot a little bit now. I feel like there's a conflict in design between modern top and Aztec bottom. I know, I'm trying to figure out how we can reconcile all of that. This is complicated, because I would bring back like her little like emblem thingy that's in here. And then, like, the tassels would be here also. Still. And then maybe she still has one of those sleeves that's, like, underneath this thing somehow? This feels like almost like go-go-y. Interesting. I feel like I'm being a little bit stumped by their combo here. Maybe I'll call upon Joby and see what Joby has to say about it. Erase this again. Joby, are you nearby? I don't think Joby is nearby. Let her breathe? No, no, not like that. No. Collar. If she's wearing a high collar biker jacket that's shaped like this, she could then have her... Hang on, I should just erase this out. What if I don't show as much cleavage? What if we go like this and color her all in, and then she gets the like, whoops, circle thing that has like sharp points on it, and then a sharp point like that, and then here's this, and then I can use the bottom edge of her jacket to be where the trim goes. So we can still have like the Aztec style pattern work there, and then she has long sleeves on still. And then there's still like a zipper in here. The zipper would have to be a different shape because we already used this shape. But then there'd also be like zipper here. Potentially. She had long sleeves and like bottom of them were longer than the back, shaped like her zipper star. Oh, we could maybe move that to her sleeves. That's not a bad idea. I think this is on to something now though, because I could maybe get both things to work together here, like this. And use her zipper star as the shape for just like a cutout that's on her chest. And then...
With the power of Slay and Concrete we, but particularly I, Gary, summon you for your based ruling.
Thanks? Question mark? Can't figure out how this collar would even work. Thank you, Gary. Hang on. This would be like a collar that would be like that, maybe? And then like it connects or something? And then it has like the Aztec style pattern down here. Perhaps? And then, you know, we could probably see that she's still wearing something under this probably. So we're not fully letting the girls hang out. Erase this. She still gets her belly element. And maybe this has like some width to it or something. So it's not super, super narrow. Top that resembles Captain Marvel's costume. That's fine. That's okay. Captain Marvel's not a Hoyoverse character. So if she's got resemblance to somebody from something else, I don't think that's the end of the world. Maybe. Maybe. Although, also, wait. What if I also... She could have, instead of having, like, that style of collar, she could have... like, something like this that's disconnected off her shoulders. I feel like this may also be getting too superhero-y. And then, like, that's where the pattern goes. And then we can see that she's just wearing a shirt or something under it. Not Aztec, there's a lot of American Southwest biker style overlap people wear IRL. Mostly a lot of pattern work, though. Yeah, it's more pattern work than it is, like, clothing shape work. And I think that's part of the issue I'm running into here, is that, like... I want to design something that has interesting shape language to it. And then this thing is just...
I spent 2,000 points to close the portal so Greg doesn't get through. But Jubby will require you and your slaying taste.
Jubby requires me? What does Jubby require me for? My slaying taste? Is Jubby trying to reach me through our Discord server instead of just coming in the room to tell me something? Oh, I'm on the wrong room anyway. Whoops, hang on. Come back here. Whoop. Okay, I need to like draw over this because I can't see what's going on anymore. So like, collar. She's wearing a biker jacket that is zipped like this, up like here essentially. Oh, so there wouldn't be a thing like that, but she could have it so that it's like this essentially over her shoulders. And then it's coming together here at the bottom. This is where we put like tassels that are similar to, or not tassels, those pieces of fabric. There's like this like circular motif I see in some of the Aztec stuff that maybe could go there. And then she has her star-shaped thing going on here. And this would be where the zipping stuff was going on, and that's her zipper pull now. Or maybe that would be a zipper pull here, actually, for whatever thing is going to happen there. Then you get sort of like arcing stuff coming through here. I wonder if a capelet is gonna look too not biker-y. She kind of looks like a sorceress now. We call it to the great Jubby the Dark Room. Yeah, I don't know if this works either. Let's see. Get rid of this where it's over the arms, because that feels decidedly not biker. And then maybe it's longer down here. And then I move this thingamabob down. So this would be zipper. And then this would be like here-ish, and then we can see a shirt under it. And I'm gonna clean some of this up. We've gotten to the point where I am no longer relying on shapes anymore. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on inside my shapes. so hang on. This thingy here. Then we get some of the pattern work on the bottom edge of that, which might work. She still has her sleeves that are kind of long and wide with some elements on them. They do this thing still. She gets, oh, so wait, hang on. She has these sort of like details like this already, which might be okay, but then I could put her star-shaped thing on top of her as well instead of behind her, which might work. And there's like trim on that. I think this is actually kind of getting somewhere now. I think this feels less evil, decisively. I think we're getting somewhere now. And then we could use the bottom from my previous sketch of her. I think keeping her shoulders to like squares in my exaggeration of them is going to help. I think this is moving in the right direction now. So I'll switch those for something like that, although maybe these would have some sort of like fire-like element on it. What if her hair vaguely resembled the star as well? If I start getting into refining her hair, we could do something like that, maybe. You know what? Yeah, we'll bring back her little, like, shoulder thingamabobs that are kind of gold, at least on one side. There's a cutout for her sleeve, and then the zigzag thing. And then, like, something that would probably wrap around the inside of her arm. There's, like, little details on that there. She definitely needs something under this, but layers are good. And then there'd be, like, trim here and trim there on things. This feels a little bit Star Captain-y, the way I drew that. Probably just needs to be, like, a squared-off band, maybe? That's a zipper. This probably doesn't need a zipper here, then. This can just be something else. Or maybe there's some way we could button it. But this feels like we're now repeating something that could be similar to her shoes that I had before. Let me just rip the top part of this off. Yeah. Cut. Paste. Oop, this layer. Yeah, there we go. I feel like there might be something that works better now. Maybe. Pull that out, exaggerate it a little bit. More squares. Top feels a little bit better in biker-y. If you have a gap like that, why not have a zipper for both? But if you have the neck be buttoned, the top button could be slightly off-center. That's what I'm thinking. I could center the button to offset the big shoulder element. And then I could use something that I could repeat from somewhere else to be the button design, maybe. Or we could reference some sort of Aztec pattern work there. But that feels like a very, like, modern style of, like, closure for something. And that might help with combining the modern and historic elements, because the pattern work will be down here. Will the final design work in progress be posted on Discord? Probably. Once I manage to finish it, if I do. Sun thing that is on her shoulder. Okay, I think this does actually have all the makings to function now at this point. We just gotta figure out what her headdress is. Which, now that I've gotten rid of some of the other sharp elements, I feel a little bit less confident about figuring out. I definitely need some sort of motif to use for the center of it. But I'm just gonna make it a square for now, and whatever those things are, they'll come back. It's not supposed to be a ribbon, but it's like these, like, sort of like crossed elements. And then there's like a central part of a hat that goes like that. Where's the hair? Put that behind. And then usually has some sort of detail sticking out off of it. So that might be a good place where I could invert the thing that's happening on her collar, maybe. Or maybe her little thing at the center here would be something that is doing that thing again. Or on top, and then we have something that comes in here. Seems like sharp bits that almost look like feathers or something that I'm seeing in some of the reference material. And then we could color pattern them so that they match the, like, dragon thing. The dragon creature. Okay, lots of sharp up here. Definitely need something sharp in the bottom now. But I think she's not feeling so villainous. So, like, maybe these things down here do need to terminate by something sharp. I think we got it. Kind of looks like a unicorn horn right now. Okay, so maybe the back one doesn't need to have that. Maybe this would just have, like... This would be longer, so it breaks that top silhouette just a little bit, and then these things are just, like, on there, maybe. You know? I think this is working. I think we're getting somewhere. Here now. With it. Maybe. Thoughts? Feelings? Opinions? So, like, this would be a bottom edge of something that would have some sort of trim on it. I don't want to copy the pattern that this VTuber has one-to-one. I'm just putting it in right now so that I can see something that looks vaguely like what might end up in here. And then there's like 2 here. I'm not keeping the scale right. Once it starts getting color, it'll be a bit clearer. That's true. I also am just not drawing very cleanly right now either. Get rid of that for now. Yeah, look at this mess. Look at this whole disaster. Now I could do a refining step and then start putting color in, but I do only have 15 minutes left of stream, so let's see. Do I do that? I can do it really quickly. Let's do a real quick refinement layer, just so we can tell what in the world is happening. So we've got trim on this, and then that's gonna be rounded. Another spike and then a spike. This would be better if I just drew the center of it, essentially. There should be a circle. There we go. Something long here and something long there. And there we go. Wah, 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 wah. I feel like this has been mostly kind of successful. Has this been enjoyable to witness at all? There's a part of me that's like, I feel like you've watched me flounder for like an hour. But I guess that is a lot of what the design process is saying, that's cool. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No. Nope. Oh, wait, maybe. I think it's nice. Okay. Thanks. This goes to here. What does her current shoulder look like? They are kind of going like this, which I might actually keep. Although I drew her shoulder way more squared off. Let's give her a padded shoulder back. And then we'll create a nice square shape at the top of her shoulders by doing that. And we'll try and use some of the like Aztec style pattern work in there, potentially. I do like that they have sort of like a leather panel here that has some detail on it, so we might keep that on the one arm. And then we could probably see like construction that's in here somehow for how in the world this would go together as a garment. And then bottom edge of it is in here somewhere. More Aztec style pattern. Work on the bottom. I don't know if this shape is gonna stay. We may change this shape for something else. It seems like they're doing triangles for her, so we'll do something that could be maybe like a triangle cut out, and then it has these things coming from it, because that is the zipper element, which I may need to make clearer, but that's good. Not designing right now, I've just been working on commission while listening. It's really good information to have. Well, that's nice. That's good. Just vibing. Super interesting and great learning. Helpful, I think it's nice. Okay. Yay! Cool to see your process. Seeing the genuine, unscripted process does give more confidence in a way. That's true. And I will tell you, there are probably very few designers who can just design a character immediately without a bunch of iterating and a bunch of things that piss them off along the way. Like any art form, character design is not a, it's not something that is always the most linear. Sometimes it is incredibly non-linear because you have to feel it out. You gotta figure out what doesn't work in order to figure out what does work sometimes. And boy, did I find out some things that don't work here today. But the good news with that is that now that I know they don't work, I won't do that again for her, or maybe for other Genshin designs. There's no way to know unless you try, a lot of the time. So there we go. Let's see, she's got little sleeve thingamabobs that stick out. We're gonna have little thingy in here maybe that does something, and then I have a little like thing that'll run up the inside of the arm. Zigzag. I didn't really make this relate to weight at all, which I should do. This is sitting on your arm, so it should probably look like it's doing that. I say as I completely ruined the nice arc I drew, but that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. Other arm. I do like this thingy. I feel like this is helping her to feel a little bit more like a warrior, having this like starburst on her shoulder. Although I feel like it may still be better if I don't put all of it in front. Like maybe it's like creeping around her body a little bit, and then I can still see the sharp shoulder on this side. Like it is truly fur or something. Having no hair makes me kind of want to put her in a high fluffy ponytail. You know what? That would be practical for somebody who is a little bit more like tomboyish and athletic. That wouldn't be a bad idea, maybe. Be back there. Zigzag. There we go. Maybe I will tie her hair up, actually, because her hair could still be long, but then it may be more practical and it may not get in her way as much when she is doing all of her insane athletics that she seems like she wants to all the time. So her skirt will dip down. This will come up over it. I need to figure out a design for this thingy because I'm not sure I understand what I was doing with it yet. But like, I'll just put something on it for now so I know that there's going to be something in there. This is going to be red, I think. This is going to be her pants, where we can see a little of them, and I do want her to have a shirt under this that we can see. That was probably going to be split color. There we go. This is definitely a trust the process type things. Now that I've redesigned the shirt, I actually like that a lot more than what I have on the lower body right now. So I'll have to make sense of how to make that all work the way I want it to still. Somehow here. I'll draw these ones kind of loosely because they're not as critical, but we just want to spot color in probably. Weep, 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 weep. Weep, 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 weep. Something, and then this, she should have something happening on the pant leg, maybe. Maybe we get like little bits coming in down here again, like I had on her sleeves or something. We could give her a classic Genshin garter belt. It wouldn't be Genshin Impact if she didn't have one. So many sheep stuff I need to remake. Never finished this list. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to make, Selma, that you're not finishing? Shooting Bob. What are you trying to work on that you're not finishing? Oh, wait, maybe what if... Oh, there might be something else I could do that shape on. Which might be nice. Like if I had... like that happening in there, or maybe that was like one of the things that's like on here or something. Like those are tied in the same manner. That might be a good repetition place. Give her something on her shoes. Seems like Aztec footwear does trend towards sandals. So maybe I'll give her a design for her shoe that feels like it's reminiscent of those sandals, where it's like cuts down at an angle there, maybe? And a lot of them seem to turn into flip-flops. So I'm just gonna make every sheep in existence, sheep hats, outfits, and all that. Why are you stressing yourself out about it? That sounds like a fun task to do as you have the time and willpower to do it. Why is there a deadline for it? If it's something that's bringing you stress, then you might need to change the way you're doing it so that it's not so stressful. There we go. Okay. This seems alright. And then this thingy. And then these things, which have that on them again. There we go. And then her funny silly ahoge. There we go. And it's gonna be rounded in here, probably. Whoops. It's gotta be in front of her hair. And then all of these things that I will then color in later. Oh, you know what? I didn't figure out how this connects to her head. How is she actually wearing this? I can't just place it on top of her and not figure that out, but maybe there's like a pattern that's on there or something. And then her hair is gonna come out from under it. That'd be a good thing to figure out, probably. Oh, and her hair being in front of her shoulder I thought was a good move, so I might give her just like a little bit of hair in front of her shoulder too. That was good for asymmetry, and I think that also helped her to feel just a little bit friendlier, perhaps? I do fully willingly admit also that I don't think they would go for a hat like this. I really don't think they would for her. A headband? Yeah, just whatever her hair is coming out from under. And then... Whoops, that doesn't look right. Hang on. There we go. I just need a little bit more detail for her hair. Oh, wait, I was gonna give her a ponytail. Maybe she gets this like a little bit of a half down look, but then she gets like big ponytail behind here that is still fiery. And then like there's a second one there or something. And then her ponytail can still be like really huge, but then that does clear up like the side of her body essentially. You could even physically give her more hair than she would have otherwise if you did that. If you gave her a ponytail, and like maybe the whole direction of her ponytail would go like that and down, you know? Just like a hat placed over her head. It is kind of just a hat placed over her head, but I do really like the ponytail idea for her. Let me move this down. Her hair's still a little bit messy around her head, but that's just kind of how it was originally, isn't it? Maybe if I get rid of some of this, she won't feel so messy, although I can still like maybe leave a little bit of it. Because this is just hair that's behind her head, essentially. And then she can have some sort of like earring thing on. I feel like this is kind of working, maybe. Give her like circly things on the bottom edge of her jacket bits, because that seems like a thing that is done in some of the Maya, or not Maya, Aztec clothing, so we can have like a repeating motif that isn't something that's hard to draw. And then maybe it comes back down here. We've got circles down there, but maybe it would go like on here as a way to repeat that into that area, and then maybe you would have just like a couple little like circly things on here or something. Sure. You know what? I don't think I hate this anymore. Let me start just flatting some colors in, and then we can call it mayhaps a day. Because I think we're close. Her color palette, I had no issue with, so we're just gonna do whatever we want with it. This is gonna be a multiply layer, and it is going to be black. And we'll deal with the line art color later. Oh, her body is not on that. Hang on, grab this. There's her body. And there we go, it's there. And then I can do a cover layer over this just so that we don't have to see like her skull and her ears through her hair. There we go. And then just get rid of like miscellaneous anatomy bits where we won't be able to see them. Whoops. Tummy's still visible. No arm needed. Her torso is still kind of important. But like we don't need upper leg, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need hips. Don't really need her kneecaps probably. Oh, I did maybe lose one part of her arm that was important, which is right there. There we go. Okay. So now, colors. I think one of the issues with the color design that she had was that her hair was like too much of the red all in one area. I am going to steal the colors from her because her hair probably should be still red. I feel like it wouldn't be her anymore if it wasn't. but then I know that they have this like gradient gold on the inside of her hair. Maybe it would work better if her hair was only gold on the inside and not all the way down to the tips. Maybe it didn't have a full gradient. It would work better. We're just sort of loosely adding color right now. Probably be some there. She might actually have some hair on that side. Red. I'm not going to change her skin tone right now. We'll just give her what she had. Oh, these are on top of her body. Hang on. Down below. There we go. Skin a little bit. Oh no, hang on, clip that. There we go. Oh, there's some weird things happening with what I was trying to do here. We'll just have to do our best. Hand. Her arm is under there. And her tummy. We do want to switch out the black for a brown though, so I'm just gonna pick something that's like kind of similar. So like we'll make her jacket brown mostly. Let's see her arm through it. Might not be able to use that layer. I would normally spend more time setting this up so this would work a little bit cleaner. But jacket brown. I imagine something in her headwear will have to be brown also to balance that out. Her pants are brown. And her shoes are brown. I could use my lasso tool, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. For her oranges, I feel like these things are going to end up probably being orange. Although, where's the creature? Where's my creature? Creature! Oh, creature is orange! Creature has orange, but also has a little bit of green. So, orange up in here. Orange probably there. We'll use the orange for like the gold tone, probably. And for some of this trim. And there. Her spiky little shoulder thingy can be orange, but maybe it'll even gradate to like the gold at the center. And then like her crown may also have some sort of gold in it, probably too. Her eyes are kind of orange, so I gotta make sure I have that in there still. The red that's in her clothing is still the same as the red in her hair. And I'll keep that. So like that's red. These thingamabobs are red because they are typically red in Aztec clothing, it appears. So then if I do these thingamabobs like that, those would also be necessitated to be red. These things also seem to usually be red with like white at the edge, so that works that out. What color do I make all of this though, I wonder? Could look really nice with a tan and maybe tan lines. That might be interesting. But I don't know if that would make sense for making her look like super professional. Oh, these things I think also get to be red. Yeah, there we go. Also red. That can be gold. That can be gold. There's gonna be some gold there. I think we're gonna end up with some pattern work in like this area, essentially. Down here. So like, there's probably gonna be some orange and some yellow. And maybe also some red around this bottom edge. And maybe that would be even where some of the greens or blues come in, if we're gonna add some more color in that edge. I feel like I don't know if I like the orange as the trim color right now. Some red detailing there, some red detailing here. I'll pick a better color for gold at some point, but I think this is not a terrible basis for a color design. I just gotta figure out what color this should be. It seems like in the references I have, navy blue is a very common color, but that's really cool compared to everything else we've done in this palette. Orange on the bottom, but that would be distracting. Yeah, I think if I made this whole thing orange, that'd probably be kind of hard to look at maybe, but we'll fill it in just so we can see what it looks like maybe. And like there would be some pattern work on it, so maybe the patterns down here would be darker. We could add a little bit of blue to the palette too. I could also just make them black because she could just have a somewhat low contrast outfit on. Like, yeah, that does increase the amount of orange quite extensively. There's no white in the palette yet either, which is something that isn't quite bothering me, but it might be strange if it continues to be true. Let's see. And this would probably have like some like yellow or somewhere in it. I kind of don't actually hate it being orange yet. I could do a sleeping gradient at some point to push it back so it's not as focal. Does she need some white? If we added white to the palette, I'd have to have a couple things that are white in here for it to make sense, because if there's only white down here, it might not work very well. And it also seems like a lot of Aztec clothing, at least from what I'm looking at, doesn't contain much white. It has a little bit. Like, I could maybe have like an off-white like cream somewhere in here, but I don't want to make this whole thing white. Like, it'd probably just be like that would get to be, and then we'd have some details that are white, and then there's like white on those things at the tips of that, and then like maybe her undershirt, if we could see it, was white. Yeah, I'm using cream. I'm not using actual white. I don't hate this. Let me duplicate it and try something else. I'm going to try making this also black. And we'll see if that feels too evil. And we can always use like painting tricks to make it so that it's not black on black on black on black happening in her lower body. Where I can use like some atmospheric perspective types of things, where I've got like a cool blue that could come underneath so we can see her legs better. But I feel like this is a better proportioning for the colors. We can still keep the design mostly black the way it was, because that helps it feel more motorcycle-y. And then maybe just these would be a different color? Green could be good. Green would not be a bad color to just have in the palette in general, but I'm thinking that green would be like a very low percentage color. Like if we were to have just like a little bit of green that's like up near her head maybe on some of these elements. This is not maybe the exact green I would use, but like that could be good. I don't hate this. Maybe that feels disconnected now from everything. Maybe just this part should be orange? So that's just a layer on top. I don't hate that, maybe. Bottom has some green. We could put some of the green down here. I'm not being very consistent with my patterns, but it seems okay. I'd like a little more in here if I did that. There probably need to be something like green around the sleeves too. I feel like we're getting a little overboard with it right now with all the color, but it's not the worst. Also, she's so like desaturated. How she's so like gray. Oh, we've been raided. Hi Nevi, welcome in. Shroommates, you know the drill. Rotate at them if you'd be so kind. Rotate at them, my shroommates. Hi, welcome in, Nevi. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator extraordinaire. I'm also a character designer, and despite what it may seem like, I am fighting for my life a little bit doing character design today. But hi, how are you? How was your stream? What were you up to? Thank you, Moz, for getting the shout out. It seems like you may have been doing some art or Splatoon recently. We're trying to redesign Mavuika from Genshin Impact right now, and it's going interestingly. I feel like it's going okay. It's getting better, but we're not all the way there yet. It's still in progress, very much in progress. I haven't worked out the color palette yet. Maybe this does need to stay orange. Oops, that's your leg. But I will avidly await to see what you were up to, mayhaps. But hi! If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. But please look after yourselves first and foremost. I beg. Oh, what if there was just like way more red in her design and then her hair wasn't interesting? Way more red? Way more red. And like, maybe there's like enough pattern on these things that the red isn't that overwhelming. And then like this becomes black as a result. And then we could do something more with her hair to make her head focal, but I feel like this is the color proportioning that would be right at this point. I think red. Red's the solution. Red! Yeah! Wahoo! This isn't bad. We could further modify this a little bit, perhaps, but I think this is probably where I would start for color design here. Yeah, we did Splatoon and art fight today. Megumi, happy birthday party. Oh, well, happy birthday to Megumi fella. And how was your art fighting? Could we mayhaps have a little tax, if you'd be so kind, maybe? I'm doing my final tax for art fight on Friday, which should be fun. I'm looking forward to it greatly. Art fight tax? Yeah, maybe there is tax for fighting. You have to pay tax for fighting. If you'd like to share what you worked on, you're welcome to drop us a link if you'd like to. You don't have to, though. Don't feel pressured. But if you want to, we do love to snoop. We would be interested to see, maybe. Mayhaps. I'm just screwing around at this point because I'm really trying to figure out what to do with this design. I think there needs to be more white in it. I'm trying to figure out where it would go. Does that need to be white? Maybe. That's what I'm doing. There's a part of me that almost wants to, like, fill this in. What if mesh? What if mesh thing here? So I think that's bringing more red to the top. Oranges. Whites. Liking the update. Thanks. I appreciate it. Don't know if that's right. Maybe no white. I feel like she feels too evil without any white in the design now, though, that I had that cream. Where else would I put this in the design? I don't feel like there's anything else that would make sense to be cream. So I can't just have one thing, so it'll be focal if I have one thing. Blue-green would be good on the headpiece, I think. Yeah, I still have to tweak whatever that green was I picked. I just did something with it. There's probably a better color. But that would make her head more focal. Chest might need to go back. What, to not being red? Whoops. Flesh. I feel like there's something missing from here, though, without her chest being colored. I feel like something's missing. I don't know. Flesh. However, hire EG for design as a skin. That'd be cool. I would be happy to work for them or with them. I don't know if they particularly would like my portfolio, because my portfolio is not very anime, but I mean, if they're interested, I'm willing. Couldn't see the green, you could put some looking at low resolution. Oh, you're good, don't worry about it. This is missing something, though. Made everything dark. That's fair. I'm missing something. I'm missing something here. This doesn't work for me yet. Like, I feel like I may need to do something more with the trim of this, or like if there's like some sort of like button here also. Oh wait, maybe I could do arrows pointing in separate directions as like a button there. That feels better. That's better, that's better, that's better. When in doubt, add goggles. No! I don't want to give her goggles. I don't think that's the solution. I think we're pretty much there though. I think that solved something of what I was feeling was missing. And then like that's her thing there. I can clean this up just a little bit, but I think this is kind of the design. I never said that we'd be doing like a fully fleshed out, perfected design, but we are designing it. And I think this is fulfilling the goals that we had, perhaps. I could probably give her like some more little things that would make... Oh, because I didn't give her her legs down in here. She should have legs visible in here. And in there with like a little bit of a zigzag on it. Which makes it feel more athletic. And then she'd probably have just some like red details like running down her leg. Maybe this is where I would incorporate some of those like cyber-y bits at like the bottom or something, just so there's like some sort of interesting detail that relates to the architecture and building around the bottom parts of some of her clothing. But I think that's kind of it. Character design's looking amazing. Thank you. What if the chest had the zigzag from her sleeves? Oh, wait, hang on. That's such a small brush. Maybe. That feels like a beneficial detail. Repetition. I like that. Good idea. Good plan. Good deal. Yay! Wahoo! Let me go check the art tags! Yay! Let's see. Is it an art? Probably. Let's see. Yeah, paying art tags! Featuring my friend's characters. Megumi birthday art, and the other I haven't even submitted on site yet. Sneak peek. Oh! We've got a very cute squid. You're a squid, you're a kid, you're a squid, you're a kid, you're a squid, you're a kid. And it's your birthday. Happy birthday, squid fella. Wow, very cute. I like how glossy these packages are. They've really got some good dimension and depth. Oh, Octoling, you're right. This thing. Yes, Octoling. True. Very cute. You look very confused by the fact that it's your birthday. Like, who, me? My birthday? Me? Couldn't be. But is very cute. And here is the second one, which is a little green fella. Look at this cute little green fella! This is a squid. Now this is a squid. This is a, wizard squid. A squizzard. Maybe even. With the little cloak on. I like your very, like, electric green color that you've chosen here. It's very yummy, scrumptious, delicious. Megumi's an Octoling, Asian, the other character's an Inkling. I see. Noted. Thank you for showing us the art tax, and thank you also for rating in. I appreciate it. I feel bad. I am rounding up for the evening, though. It is past 6 p.m., which is usually my quitting time, and I have things I need to do. But thank you for rating in. Oh, spoilers. I forgot I had that open. You didn't even get to see it. There was a spoiler there, and you didn't see it. Because I think my big old arm was in the way. Smiles. But I do need to go. I do need to go. Because I have some things I have to do in the evening, like eat a meal. But I think this is a pretty strong basis for a redesign here, I would say, myself, personally. But thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out with me. If we thought this was enjoyable enough, I may do this again. I don't know if next week, but maybe another week. Let's poll. Let's poll. Do it again? Whoops. And you don't have to be nice. If you thought this was not as interesting, you are welcome to say no and I will not take offense. I just want to know if this is something people enjoy. Yeah. Nah. And I'll give you, like, the next 5 minutes while I do, like, an outro of some sort to let you know, or hear what you have to say about it. YouTube, don't worry, I will give you poll also. Do it again? Yeah. Oops. Nah. There we go. Go ahead. Let me know. Strong start to new series. Do we get spores for being on the winning side? It's a poll! There's no winning side in a poll. What are you talking about? No. That's not how it works. There is no winning side here. I cannot proclaim there to be a winning side, because that would imply that there was a correct answer here. There's no correct answer or incorrect answer. I imagine, I guess, if you're still watching at the end, it may be because you enjoyed it, so maybe this is an unfair poll. The poll should be pinned to the top on Twitch and on YouTube. Maybe this is not a fair poll, because the only people who are here are people who sat through the whole thing, maybe, or showed up at the end. But I'm still curious anyway, so. Anyways, thank you. Friday, I'm gonna be doing Art Fight. Jubby may, in fact, be joining me by doing some, painting of a tank while I'm doing my final 2 Art Fight attacks, which would be funny. Tanks maybe will occur. What else do I have to announce? You can have merch if you want. There's several kinds. There are little EGs you can hold gently in your hand, and or like water to hold in hand carefully, gently. There's also an EG you can shake and jostle and torment. Those exist. There will be more merch this fall, but those are just the first 2 things I created. Oh, thank you, Chakarama, for plugging my merch. Oh, also, if you'd like to weigh in on what type of merch you like, you don't have to be paying on the Patreon, but you can still participate in the poll on the Patreon to say what type of merch you might like. And as much as you guys can all shout it at me right now if you wanted to, whoops, my shirt, it's easier if I can just collect the data in one place, so go ahead, vote. You don't have to pay to vote. There are like free posts on Patreon that I have also. So here, let me give that to YouTube streammates also. So I think it's more votes is the winner, right? Well, yeah, surely. I guess that is how that works, yes. But yeah. Things on Patreon exist. And is there anything else I have to announce? I don't know if there is. That might actually be everything. Crazy. Poll's not over. Poll's not even halfway over. What do I have to tell you? Do I have other things to tell you? Off the top of my head? Probably not. Let's see. What's winning in the poll? Are people still voting, or did all the voting happen? Ah, okay. Seems like it is mostly yes. Mostly overwhelmingly yes. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I can't vote because that wouldn't be fair. It'd be evil and mean if I voted in this. The longer I look at this design, the more I see things I could modify to improve, but I think I did have a good, solid foundation here. What did we learn today? Combining biker and Aztec fashion ain't easy. It ain't easy. It ain't shrimple. So I can see why maybe they didn't do as much of that as we may have liked. And I do still feel like it is kind of funny looking at a white woman who is dressed in culturally specific clothing like this. But who knows? Maybe she's just white passing. You never know. There's no way of knowing. Also, it's Genshin. They're kind of all pale. And if I redesigned that and changed her skin tone too much, it would not be a realistic... I'm trying to design this in a way that Genshin could maybe go with, in a way that like would fit within the way that they design. If I changed that, it wouldn't fit, unfortunately, as much as that upsets me. It's not letting me vote on Patreon? That's weird. That post is free. You can read that whole post. You should be able to look at all of it, actually. It should be fully interactable. It doesn't require paying. I think you might have to click the thing where you become a free member to do it, but I can't confirm that. Is there a place you can click to be a free member? There should be a thing. Because it tells me I have 22 members despite 6 being paid, you know? So if you're signed into Patreon and a free member, you can vote. And that might be how it works. It's just voting the taking my vote away. Oh, weird. Followed then could vote. Okay, maybe that's what it is. I am not the most well-versed when it comes to Patreon, unfortunately. But I'm taking a poll. If you would like to snoop into what kind of merch may happen in the future, I'm gonna keep that a secret. If you go there and look at it with your eyes, you'll find out. You'll see it. Even if you can't vote, I guess you could still tell me in some way. Oh, and I can see you guys can comment on it too, which does work. And it is a hard decision. You only pick one, but yeah. I swear, when any Genshin character has melanin, we'll rejoice. I know, I will also rejoice. There's like some that almost do, but man, are they pale. Anyways, poll is over. I guess we'll do this again because you guys did overwhelmingly vote for it. I think YouTube had 100% yes, and there are only 3 people who voted against it on Twitch, so we'll come back. We'll do more designing. Maybe I'll pick someone who's not as complicated. Conceptually. Maybe that's what we would end up doing, because I feel like I did flounder a little bit, but that's just how drawing goes. That's how designing goes. Yeah. But thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your good, helpful feedback, and I will see you Friday. Yes, Friday. Let me raid out. Picked a hard concept for first try. That's fair. I was ambitious. I have something called hubris, and I think I can do anything. And I'm usually right. I am almost always right. And I still think I was right. I still think I did a pretty decent job of this. I just need to continue working on it, maybe, you know? But anyways, YouTube crewmates, I can't send you anywhere, so thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you later. Bye-bye. And then Twitch fellas, let's see who can I raid.